Union at old stomping grounds there up in the northwest suburbs. You can reach out to me at John G. Dooley Racing. Rachel, you and Houston enjoying the Mexican food there. Looked like his shrimps and rice the other day.
We did. We had shrimps and rice, and then he had his first day of pre-K Monday.
First day of pre-K.
Yeah, and
Wow.
then Ray has her first day of middle school tomorrow.
Already?
I can't believe she's a middle schooler. It's crazy. It's just crazy how fast, and I love all my parents on social media and everybody that's so nice because it goes by fast. Brian's got 17 kids. He's probably busier than I had to go to back to school bashes and taking 2 of them. I don't know how him and Jess do it with the 6 that they have, but God bless them and God bless all parents that have kids going back to school.
For early pick 5 selections, maybe
yes, maybe then be
peanut butter and jelly recipes there for the kids at Mr. B Analyst. Martha Clausen, she'll standing by. We've got a nice quarter horse feature today, as we mentioned, that Paul Martin overnight stakes the 9th, and then we'll have the quarter horse closer. Martha will be along later on the live broadcast to talk more about those races carded as the 9th and 10th. Social media wise, we've got you covered on X, on IG, and subscribe to our YouTube channel at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. But good spirits today. We're starting off a new race week here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We're now halfway through the 123-day race meet, and today, perfect summer day for a terrific card. Cheers to Chris Polson. Chris
He's
came
the
back with
best.
the entire crew. Sunny skies, 80s. We had Krista McEnany with the official forecast, and track-wise, fast, and the turf course firm. Turf rail set at 24 feet. We're going to step aside. Quick commercial break here on the Tuesday edition of Wire to Wire. We'll be back with the B block featuring Brian Aragoni talking about the 50-cent early pick 5 for Racing Rachel. John G. Dooley. We're done. Have fun. Bye for now.
Bye for now. Arigato.
Walking on sunshine.
Walking on.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Welcome back to the B Block here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. A beautiful Tuesday where we're on a fast main track and a firm turf course. Certainly thankful that you're tuning in today, just about a half hour away from kicking off the racing week here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And boy, do we have an excellent card for you, a challenging one if you're a horizontal or vertical player, some wide open betting events. We've got plenty of maidens. We've got some first-time starters as well. Certainly welcome you to the broadcast here as we kick off this early pick 5 each and every day, one of the lowest takeouts in the entire country. In fact, on a Tuesday, it is the lowest takeout opportunity that you will have to wager in a pick 5 pool today, and I would venture to guess that our pools are going to be healthy today. Our pick 5s have consistently been over $100,000 in handle early on in the week on those Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, depending on Saratoga and whatnot, can certainly fluctuate, but less money taken out of the pool, more money returned to the bettors, and that's certainly something we should all rejoice at, especially when you couple it with some competitive, healthy field sizes as well. Limited scratches and changes throughout the card. Many of the scratches were to the also eligible, so we will have a jam-packed starting gate for Big O, who I'm sure is off of some scratch golf over the weekend and his days off, but he's back and ready to rock and roll with our starting gate crew, who's been excellent all meet. 5.5 furlongs of distance on a fast main track for 3-year-old fillies and upwards in here. I'm going to go 1, 5, 6, and 8. At first glance, I thought Sassy and Bold, admittedly so, maybe a single. This horse stands out on numbers, does. and it's unique for a 6-year-old mare who's an 8-time winner to have in 26 starts to be somewhat of a win machine. But this season, I just haven't seen it. Her numbers are the best. Don't get me wrong. The 6-year-old chestnut mare named Sassy and Bold in post position number 2 is a huge threat to our ticket. However, I question if she's got the determination and the desire to continue to win races in the manner that she did last season at 5. She had 5 wins in 10 starts. This year, not terrible by any means. In fact, she's running the top 3 all 5 starts. She's consistent as they come. So why are you choosing against? I just thought she kind of wasted a perfect trip here April 15th, and then she had another beautiful trip in which they went very slow on the front end. 23 is crawling, going 6 furlongs over at Churchill. They were in a easy gallop over there that first quarter of a mile like a New York turf race May 15th and just never ran into it, and in fact was losing ground on the winner that day. So I'm just cautious. Her last 4 starts in a row, they kind of all look the same. Not sure she truly wants to win, but that feels wrong to say for a horse who's won 8 races from 26 starts. I wouldn't be surprised if Sassy and Bold is your single or a horse you love or your top selection. I'm just going to go a different direction in here. I'm going to try and beat a favorite. And if you think the favorite's vulnerable, I would recommend pitching the favorite altogether, and that is exactly what I will do against my best indications. Brian with an I as well for Nippenberg, and he's winning at 50% here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So we're going to pitch the favorite in the first and go 1, 5, 6, and 8. 1, 5, 6, and 8 in the opener here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, playing against Sassy and Bold. The 2 is kicks off race 2 kicks off our $1 minimum pick 4 as well. 15% takeout, very low takeout opportunity there as well. If pick 5s aren't your jam, dive into those pick 4s. Maybe something I've become accustomed to is instead of $1, playing a $4, playing a $6, whatever fits your bankroll as well. You can certainly play it in more increments. Just go a little bit lighter. Maybe you've got the caveman structure. I would kick it off in here using 2 horses, scratching the 1, Brooklyn Benny. I'm going to use theoretically for Gennaro Garcia. He's been excellent in the training standings. He's surpassed just a little bit of a lead now on Randy Klopp in there as Gennaro continues to rack up plenty of victories. Theoretically, as a horse he's had success with in the past, similar styles where they claim elsewhere, they come to Horseshoe Indianapolis, and then they report right to the winner's circle. That actually didn't happen with Theoretically. Ran second behind Little Ransom Fire, who's in very good form right now, comes back at the exact same level, well spaced as well. I think Theoretically is the horse to beat. The one that I'm fearful of, and I've been fearful of this horse many a times and rarely have cashed a ticket, but Jordan's Deal has had excuses numerous times, was kind of in a good spot in the same race against Theoretically, just didn't get into it. Sometimes I think Jordan's Deal is a one-run closer, has run some huge races where they hop at the start. I'm not sure if it's the bell or whatnot, but in the past, Jordan's Deal has had some trouble at the starting gate and then ran into it with huge efforts. And then sometimes they show speed, look like they can't lose, and they don't get the job done. 7 second and third place finishes for Jordan's Deal. I'm still hanging around with this horse. Mitch Miro off. Fernando de la Cruz aboard. I do know that 514 Racing has 2 in here. They also have Air up there as well, who's kind of been at the higher level allowance conditions, so been running maybe a little bit more valued than a horse like Jordan's Deal, who had been dropped and still dropped. So not sure what to make of those two, both entered against one another. The condition book does kind of indicate and showcase where you have to go. There's not a whole lot of other spots, especially if you've got 2 with similar conditions. They have to run because you never know when these races are coming back. So I'm going to use 2 in here, Theoretically, as well as Jordan's Deal, the 3 and the 7 in race 2. Race 3, this is going to be a challenging race despite the scratches. Scratch 2, 7, and 8. 2, 7, and 8, and I think it's a great competitive betting race. When you usually scratch 3 horses, you think, this race just got all the value sapped out of it. That's not the case in here. This race is wide open. Grand Lux is an inconsistent sort. Sometimes runs a huge race. Other times doesn't run all that well. Will Walden has kind of made us his personal ATM, winning at 50%, 4 for 7. Make what you want of that. Axel Concepcion has a couple of very nice mounts on the card. You could look at this and say, well, he's coming in for 1 mount. I think he's got some live mounts later on today as well. He's winning at 21%. Him and his agent doing a great job picking their spots. Grand Lux is likely going to be overbet in here. I think it's competitive. I think you could truly see a potential upset in here. I really doubt that Miss Susan B, despite 3 scratches, is going to go off at 4-1. Rogelio Labra against some other bigger names, Phil Bauer, Bill Walden and whatnot, Gennaro Garcia has 2 in here. I think Susan B is sneaky, potentially upwards of, I would be looking for 7 or 8-1 on this horse. 2 wins from 28 starts. The numbers certainly fit. Horse who kind of had a little bit of a troubled trip last time, but you have to watch the replay to really indicate it. It was kind of choked and strangled back, looked rank. Alberto Burgos and Miss Susan B had 2 different ideas of how that race was going to be run, and ultimately it did cost Miss Susan B in the long run because they lost a lot of opportunity into that first turn as they were fighting one another and stayed on evenly in the lane. Today they're going to cut back. I think they deserve a long look in here as well. Then you've got the 6 and the 9, both for Gennaro. Don't miss out. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. last seen on Indiana Derby Day, chasing home JR Miss Buttercup on a wet fast track. Back to a fast main track in here, and I think the Indiana bred stands a look against some tough open competition in here. Is Gennaro Garcia, when he runs state bred competition against open company, you certainly want to pay attention, especially with first-time starters, but also at this level. So a very challenging race kicks off some rolling pick 3s and daily doubles in the 3rd event. Before we move along to the 4th race, kicks off today's late fire 5 as well as the Horseshoe Hat Trick. Everyone's clamoring about it all over social media airwaves. This Horseshoe Hat Trick, 15% take at $1 minimum as well. I would recommend you play both the Late Flyer 5 as well as the Horseshoe Hat Trick because I'm going to go light in here. I'm going to use Hank's Tune, Summer Pauly, Eric Foster. I think Summer Pauly and Eric Foster could be sitting on a big day. Summer Pauly has given some very nice rides here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, winning at 21%. There's been multiple days where she won over at Belterra, came to Horseshoe Indianapolis. She's got my admiration. She's working hard, putting the hours in, putting the time in, and it's certainly paid off as well. Still carrying that 5-pound allowance as well. Hank's Tune is out of an unraced mare, but she's produced some good siblings, and I think that race was better than it looks over at Ellis. Gets a ton of class relief from a $100,000 maiden special weight event to $43,000. I think that class relief should not be overlooked. Second time on the turf. Is a little bit quick for a 3-year-old, but, this horse is 3, not 2, so not overly concerned coming back on 2 weeks. I think Hank's Tune will appreciate the class relief today. And then the 6, Out of Pie. Reina Gonzalez and Santo Sanger. Sanger actually has the most wins on our turf course of any jockey this season, despite far significantly less starts on that turf course as well. Now, do I always use 0 for 18 horses and 4-year-olds? I certainly don't. This horse did have a troubled trip, though, and that's the only reason I'm going to use it. Second start off the layoff, his face better over at Churchill, Kentucky Downs, Keeneland. Some would immediately scratch this horse off, and I don't blame you. If this horse was 5, wouldn't be on my list. But at 4 and 0 for 18, we certainly stand a chance. We are not, at least by my standards, in the career maiden category quite yet, at least for one more race. Maybe after today we will reach that. But ran on a day here on June 30th, well-spaced 5 weeks ago. It was incredibly hot, very steamy, and checked out of a tight spot early in that race. Lost a lot of opportunity, came second, rallied for second behind Prime Power. It was a significantly better than it looks effort, despite being 0 for 18. I think with a clean journey today, Espinoza off, Sanger on, Out of Pie could certainly produce an upset in here. I'm playing against Armet along with Count the Carrots in here. I think Armet, Keith Asmussen, Steve Asmussen, if they beat me again on the turf course, I think I came up with some ridiculous stat about Keith Asmussen on the turf last time out. I don't even remember what it was. It was 0 for or 1 for a lot, and he shoved it right at me. In the face, double whammy. I had 2 black eyes because he took that stat and said, see you later, knocked me out of all my tickets, so congratulations to him. I'm going to bet against again today in here, especially at 5-2 for a horse who's never been below 11-1 and trying the turf for the first time for Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen. 1-6 right in the face of 8 and 9, kicking off that Horseshoe hat trick as well as the Late Fire 5. The 5th race, a mile and a 16th in here. You've got a lot of talented horses in here. Chillax numbers certainly pop off the page, shipping in from Glitzy, Saratoga. But Chillax likes to hang. This is a hanger. 1 for 13, always runs a great race. 9 second and third place finishes. I've had Chillax in the hanging category dating back to February 6, 2026. at Aqueduct, and since then it has been quite a good note. Always nice to see when the notes do ring true. Sometimes, and more often than not, they don't ring true, but Chillax has hung in almost each and every start since then with very little excuses. I was incredibly impressed with He's Late Again's last effort. A $20,000 purchase back in 2023 is banked $318,000. I think some success today, and this horse could be back in the stakes race. Once again, the Louisiana bred is in very good form. Seems to like it here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Didn't win last time out. Lost a fact, but it was a huge effort. They challenged the 1-2 shot. They ran with the 1-2 shot, who was supposed to run off the page, and ultimately took that one right down to the wire in what truly became a match race. The 1-2 shot had everything that they wanted. They were coming in from Keeneland off of some tough races against Rothko and Vibe, and Bill Walden's Fact had to go nip and tuck with He's Late Again right down to the final yards. And I think He's Late Again with another big effort like that will produce a win. And I do like a little bit of a brief freshening for the 6-time winner who has won since being claimed for $35,000. I am excited to single He's Late Again as the hammer time of the day in both the early as well as the late Fire 5. But prompt on a Tuesday is not synonymous with my handicapping today. We'll throw it up to John G. Dooley to take you through today's scratches and changes. Good luck.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us on this beautiful summer day. Track announcer John G. Dooley, hello. Temperatures in the mid-80s, main track fast, turf course firm. Out there on the turf course, the portable rail set at 24 feet to start off this race week. 10 races on tap. If you have your From Gate to Glory track programs near, let's take a look right now at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Starter sprint to kick off the 50-cent early pick 5. Top of the card, number 3. Fandra. The jockey will be Rodney Prescott. Rodney Prescott rides number 3. Fandra in the starter sprint at the top of the card. From the second race, scratch number 1, Brooklyn Benny. Number 1, Brooklyn Benny has been scratched. In the third race, another sprint on the day. Here's scratch 2, Spirited Justice. Number 7, Smart Hollow, and take out the 8, Good Call. Scratch the 2, 7, and the number 8 from the race card. In the fourth race, here the start of the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3. Maiden Turf Sprint. No scratches, no rider changes. Number 3, Paris Island. Add 1 pound to the Lister program weight, makes it 114. In the fifth race, start here the $1 late pick 4 daily presented by Itoba. Race 5 of 10, no changes, due at 414. Turning to the sixth, and here in the maiden juvenile turf, scratch those also eligibles. 11 Tacamo, 12 Mount Alba, the 13 Castiglione, and the 14 Full Tank. Scratch the also eligibles, 11 through the number 14, all have been scratched. In the seventh race, no scratches from the sprint. Number 5, Devil's Red, a change of jockey to Rodney Prescott. Rodney Prescott will partner the 6-time winner, number 5, Devil's Red. No scratches there in the sprint. On to race 8 we go. Here a maiden fillies turf mile. Scratch the 12 Ruby Regent, 13 Conquistadora. Take out the 14 Empress Sissy. Scratch 15 Tammy's Kiss and the 16 Eve. Scratch numbers 12 through the 16, all withdrawn. Number 7, Scripted Love, a change of jockey to Joseph Bilmer. Joseph Bilmer on the 7, Scripted Love. Ninth race, Paul Martin Overnight Stakes. Headlines the quarter horse dashes. Scratch number 5, Saw C. Number 5, Saw C has been scratched, and that will pave the way for number 11, Last Famous Eagle, to draw in and will break from post position number 5. Post 5, number 11, Last Famous Eagle, draws into the stakes. Number 2, He's a Classy Cowboy, plus 4 pounds. 8, Susie's Christine, 2 pounds over, makes the weight there now 128. Number 10, AP, I'm That Dove, 2 pounds over, and the Paul Martin Overnight Stakes. And in race 10 to cap off the card at 6:43. 10th race, these overweights. The 1 Apolitical Dash plus 3. Number 2, Watch for Estela, 4 over. Number 3, Gold Hearted Policy, plus 5 pounds. Number 6, Cowgirl Beach is 2 pounds over. No scratches at this hour in the finale. Now at the top of the hour, sunny skies, mid-80s. Main track fast, turf course firm. Turf rail at 24 feet on the Caesars course this week. The horses in the walking ring for the opening distaff dash starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Low 11.99% takeout on the pick 5s here all season long. Post time 9 minutes away. Get your wagers in and make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Horseshoe Indianapolis paddock judge Brandy Bell had the call for riders up. The horses stepping onto the track for the first of the day. Distaff sprint over the 5.5 furlongs with a field of 8. Number 3, Fandra, a change of rider to Rodney Prescott. Rodney Prescott rides number 3, Fandra. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Sprint starts are rolling doubles, pick 3s, and this is the first leg of the 50-cent early pick 5. Low 11.99% takeout on the pick 5s. Sunny, fast, and firm. For the turf races, portable rail set on the Caesars course at 24 feet this week. On parade with 2 minutes to post time. Get your wagers in 2 minutes. At 14 to 1 odds, number 1, Eyeshadow, very late to step onto the track. Eyeshadow just now stepping on. With Jose Gutierrez, here's number 1, Eyeshadow, in front of the stands. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Starts of the 50-cent early pick 5. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Jose Gutierrez rides Eyeshadow. Simmer Bermudez with Unbridled Divine like Eyeshadow, both for John Harron. Now Joe Ramos with Sassy and Bold to take her position within the starting gate. Amir Mendoza, Patty Van Twinkle went in well. Joseph Bilmer with Sensible Marriage. Rodney Prescott partners Fandra. Fandra went in well. Up comes the Omaha Beach filly. Quicksand out of Beskiza for Chris Davis and Dare to Dream stable Quicksand. One more, Tomorrow with Dan's Candy Girl. Fast and firm under sunny skies on this beautiful summer day. Here comes the first. They're in the gate. Going running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast starts for both Eyeshadow and Quicksand. Right there with the black cap, it's Eyeshadow, who just leads from the rail for Jose Gutierrez, and Quicksand is taking it right to her as they make this dash past the half mile, while 3 clear from Patty Van Twinkle, showing tactical pace to track them from third by 3/4 of length. Dance Candy Girl a wide fourth. The Gray's Unbridled Divine near the rail in fifth. Sensible Marriage is sixth. Sassy and Bold is running second to last as they round the far turn that way, and Fandra trails here in the Tuesday opener. The quarter, 22.40 seconds as these leaders come toward the quarter pole. And here's a bid by Dan's Candy Girl, who's up and after the front as they straighten away, along with Patty Van Twinkle. Nearest the inside, Eyeshadow, and in between horses, Unbridled Divine. As they come down toward the final furlong, it's Patty Van Twinkle, who's taking a short lead from Eyeshadow, who's not going down without a fight. Unbridled Divine, then Dan's Candy Girl is now back in fourth. They're close to home with Amir Mendoza. It's Patty Van Twinkle. Patty Van Twinkle on top by 2. Eyeshadow was a game runner-up. Unbridled Divine third, and Sassy and Bold finished fourth in front of Dan's Candy Girl back in fifth. .104.64 after the distaff dash. 104.64 seconds unofficial. 6:15 and then a photo. First number 6, Patty Van Twinkle at even money. Number 1, Eyeshadow, was the runner-up. 5, Unbridled Divine third. At 6-1 odds. Fourth went up to the judges. It was 5-2 on Sassy and Bold, Dan's Candy Girl, and the filly, Quicksand. We trail back to Fandra. 6-1-5-2 in frame. And Sensible Marriage, 104.64. Patty Van Twinkle starts the card in the week. Amir Mendoza for Gennaro Garcia in Southwest Racing Stables. There she is, Patty Van Twinkle. Starts the 50-cent early pick 5. $145,217, the early pick 5 pool. Even money, Patty Van Twinkle, the first favorite home. Race 1 official. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, number 6, Patty Van Twinkle with Amir Mendoza. Patty Van Twinkle is a 6-year-old chestnut mare by Not Bourbon. And the Yes is True mare, Yes, She's a Lady. The now 6-time winner, racing for Genaro Garcia's Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated, and the Silks of Brandon Valentini's Triple V Racing LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Patty Van Twinkle. First results in. 6-1 exacta netted $19.60. 50-cent trifecta, 615, $23.35. Sassy and Bold, 4th. Dance Candy Girl, 5th. 10-cent superfecta, 6152, paid $8.69. First of the day, favorite 1, Old 8 started. Fast track, 104.64 seconds. 22 minutes away, race 2 in the next sprint. Scratch number 1, Brooklyn Benny. Number 1, Brooklyn Benny has been scratched. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Sprint to start the $1 early pick 4, fast and firm if you're just joining. On the turf course, turf rail at 24 feet. Post time, 2:41 in all cases if you can. Please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today on the card early. Thank you. Coming up in a moment, our first race replay of the Distaff Dash. Hope you had a bet on Patty Van Twinkle. Running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast starts for both Eyeshadow and Quicksand. Right there with the black cap, it's Eyeshadow, who just leads from the rail for Jose Gutierrez, and Quicksand is taking it right to her as they make this dash past the half mile, while 3 clear from Patty Van Twinkle, showing tactical pace to track them from 3rd by 3/4 of length. Dance Candy Girl a wide 4th. The Gray's Unbridled Divine near the rail in 5th. Sensible Marriage is 6th. Sassy and Bold is running 2nd to last as they round the far turn that way. And Fundra trails here in the Tuesday opener. The quarter, 22.40 seconds as these leaders come toward the quarter pole. And here's a bid by Dan's Candy Girl, who's up and after the front as they straighten away, along with Patty Van Twinkle. Here's the inside Eyeshadow, and in between horses, Unbridled Divine. As they come down toward the final furlong, it's Patty Van Twinkle, who's taking a short lead from Eyeshadow, who's not going down without a fight. Unbridled Divine, then Dance Candy Girl is now back in 4th. They're close to home with Amir Mendoza. It's Patty Van Twinkle. Patty Van Twinkle on top by 2. Eyeshadow was a game runner-up. Unbridled Divine 3rd, and Sassy and Bold. Here comes the Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, in the 8th race, that Made in Philly's Turf Mile, number 7, Scripted Love, has been scratched. That's in the 8th race, the 8th of our 10 on the day, Made in Philly's Turf Mile, number 7, Scripted Love, has been scratched.
The state's only thoroughbred and quarter horse racing is going on now at Horseshoe Indianapolis, located off I-74 at exit 109 in Shelbyville. Always free parking and free general admission. More details at HS Indy Racing.
I'll do it anyway. Josh, my AV guy, just was like, I'll put you up because I was in here dancing. I was like, 369. I have 369 in a later race. Any of my millennials, if you don't know what 369 means, we cannot be friends. And any guys that are dating a girl, they don't know what 369 means. She's too young for you, bro. In this race, though, I have 365. The one Brooklyn Benny is out. Then, you know what? I look at the times, obviously, but sometimes when we've got horses dropping down in class, you know, Mike Nance, a retired trainer, and I had a deep conversation about you can run one way against a group of horses, and then you can put that horse in with a whole different group of horses, and it might be a different race. I mean, we all know that, right? But I think that it's interesting in this one how closely some of these horses' times were at 6 furlongs. I didn't really take into account some of the sloppy efforts, but let's get into it with the 3 in this race. Hold on, my computer hasn't caught up to me, which is theoretically. So theoretically gets Marcelino Pedrosa sitting second in the jockeys. Gennaro just won the opener with Amir. But Gennaro's really good in claiming ranks. I mean, his percentages are high and everything. I mean, if you go through it, you know, he's 18% in claiming, he's 17% in sprints, he's high percentage in all of this. In the money in this kind of race, he's over 45% in every category. So this is the safest show bet you could probably make, statistically speaking, just looking at the numbers. Gennaro also co-owns this one. I always tell you guys, take note of that. William Wargle is the co-owner, bred by Cove Springs, a 4-year-old filly by Higher Power, coming out at 15 last time at a little bit shorter of a distance and ended up getting second in that race. Kind of went around, got up a little bit. I thought honestly was going to be a little closer than 3.5 watching the stretch run. She just sort of stuck it. She stuck to it. She said, I'm up here. And you could tell she just kind of was like, I'm up here and I'm right here and I'm going to stay right here. And Marcelino was aboard that day. I like that he's up again here today for the second time. Hopefully he can get it done. It's a 7-5 favorite. I mean, what are you going to do? He was close last time. She was close last time. It figures that she's going to be the one today. And she's already paid for herself, as you can see. $25,000 yearling in 2023. I think that she's going to, even though she's ran 8 times and she's only finished in the money 3 of those, I think that she's figuring it out. I think she's found the class that she's competitive at. 6, Color Me Fast. Now, the 6 and the 5 are the ones that I was looking at some of their 6 furlong races time-wise. Now, the 6, Color Me Fast. Hannah Leahy aboard for Randy Klopp. Love the connections. Don Martin bred. Cynthia Claremont and Liz own. Liz is obviously Randy's wife. Wonderful horseman. Repeating the class. So very similar, right? This is another one. Klopp, obviously, our leading trainers, high percentage and everything, but specifically to claiming, he's 20%. This is a key start with 3rd off the layoff, finished 3rd last time. And this one does have early speed. Now, if you look at some of the starts of these races, not a lot of speed in this race. This horse usually is either on the lead or a couple lengths off. If this horse gets farther back than that, just counter out. Just don't counter out. But she's a 6-year-old mare. She's ran 25 times. She's won for 25. She's got 4 seconds and 5/3. This is another one that's a really safe show bet. She consistently finished in the money. I don't think she's likes to win, and that's fine with me. She's got a nice running style, and she's got a time that has been comparable to the others at 6 furlongs. Now, the 5 Up in the Air can run similar as well at 6 furlongs. Ramos is aboard here for Tim Eggleston, and Eggleston coming off of another double, second thoroughbred double. He had 2 of the week, last week. And he gets Ramos. Ramos, top 5 in the standing, always really good, knocking on the door there. Another one, Indiana, Tim Eggleston. He's good at both breeds. He's high percentage in everything that has to do with this race, in claiming, in sprints, in dirt starts. It's not high percentage, but it's consistent, obviously. And this one, again, in a claiming for 5. Now, did not do as good as my other ones. He went straight up and boom, hit the gate. So yeah, I just really, and it was a shorter field. It was 5.5. I like that he gets 6 today. I like his draw. I think he's got that kind of tactical speed that, or kind of pace that will be good. But he hasn't, been too consistent since breaking the maiden. So let's see if he can get a good trip here. Get out of the gate safe. They're heading to the track. There goes the 7 right now. 4 minutes to post. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the second race. This race will be run over the 6 furlongs, a field of 6. Number 1, Brooklyn Benny, has been scratched. Scratch number 1, Brooklyn Benny. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. The Phillies Mare Sprint starts off another double. 50-cent pick 3, races 2, 3, and 4. First leg this of the $1 early pick 4. Main track fast, again the turf course firm, and the turf rail on the Caesars course this week set at 24 feet. Parading with 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes to get a bet on. We're less than 1 minute away from post time for the Phillies Mare Sprint. This to start the $1 early pick 4. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the starter, Oscar Quiros. Joseph Beamer with Pernicious. Joe Ramos, air up there, like Jordan's deal, both for Tim Eggleston. Here over the 6 furlongs. Fast track. Theoretically, Marcelino Pethosa Jr. for Gennaro Garcia. Who won the sprint opener. Patty Van Twinkle, Hannah Leahy, Color Me Fast loaded. 2 back. Rodney Prescott, partner Sassy Julia. One more, Jordan's deal. Bidding jockey Fernando de la Cruz with 47 wins here this season. Second of the day all in. And they're off. Jordan's deal caught a flyer. Jordan's deal looking to angle over in front of rivals and does for Fernando de la Cruz. Here come early attacks from both air up there and on the outside. Color Me Fast who's with these leaders, so it's the Tim Eggleston 2. And they drag race a half length apart. Jordan's deal just leans air up there, staying close. And they've kicked 4 clear here, going into the far turn from Color Me Fast with toward the inside, theoretically in a red cap. Pernicious running second to last and beaten for speed. Sassy Julia is last of the sextet. The quarter 22.33 seconds. Inside 3 furlongs to go, and all in search of a second win. And it's Jordan's deal, who just leads air up there, who's now made this bid for Joe Ramos. And air up there is taking the lead from Jordan's deal as these Phillies mares straighten away. Color Me Fast and Pernicious is under a drive as they straighten away, theoretically in between horses, and Sassy Julia's been outrun. Half mile 45.68. It's air up there who leads Jordan's deal by better than 2. Pernicious with on the outside theoretically, and Color Me Fast is flattened out. They're close to home. Joe Ramos and air up there keeping his mind on business to the inside. Pernicious, who falls a length short of air up there. Air up there to win it from Pernicious. Jordan's deal third, and theoretically finish fourth. One 12.43 after the sprint. 5.273 the unofficial. 112.43 seconds. First number 5, Air up there at 5-2. Number 2, Pernicious at 11-1 second. Good effort. Number 7, Jordan's Deal at 2-1 third. And there's 3 theoretically. 6-5 favorite. Fourth of the 6. We trail back to Color Me Fast. And Sassy Julia never really picked up. Joe Ramos getting on the Tuesday score sheet. Here for Tim Eggleston and 514 Racing. It's Air up there at 5-2, the third choice. The result of the second race is official. And the winner's circle number 5, Air Up There with Joe Ramos. Air Up There, 4-year-old dark bear brown filly by Mitoli. That'll Set You Free by Arch. Tim Eggleston trains for Matt Kwiatkowski's 514 Racing LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates in the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle the connections of Air Up There. Paid 5-2. $5-2 exacta. Return $53.60. 50-cent trifecta, 527, $43.45. 6 and 5, the early double. Combining Patty Van Twinkle with Air Up There, $23.20. Theoretically ran fourth. 10-cent superfecta, 5273, $14.67. 6 ran, 112.43 after the running of race 2. On to the third of 10 we go. And to the next Distaff Dash. Scratch the 2 Spirited Justice, 7 Small Hollow, and take out the 8 Good Call. Scratch the 2-7 and the number 8. Exacta trifecta superfecta, double pick 3. Post time will be at 3:12. And they're off. Jordan's Deal caught a flyer. Jordan's Deal looking to angle over in front of rivals and does for Fernando de la Cruz. Here come early attacks from both Air Up There and on the outside. Color Me Fast who's with these leaders, so it's the Tim Eggleston 2. And they drag race a half length apart. Jordan's Deal just leans Air Up There, staying close. And they've kicked 4 clear here going into the far turn from Color Me Fast with toward the inside, theoretically in a red cap. Pernicious running second to last and beaten for speed. Sassy Julia is last of the sextet. The quarter 22.33 seconds. Inside 3 furlongs to go and all in search of a second win. And it's Jordan's Deal who just leads Air Up There, who's now made this bid for Joe Ramos. And Air Up There has taken the lead from Jordan's Deal as these fillies mares straighten away. Color Me Fast and Pernicious is under a drive as they straighten away, theoretically in between horses, and Sassy Julia's been outrun. Half mile 45.68. It's Air Up There who leads Jordan's Deal by better than 2. Pernicious with on the outside theoretically, and Color Me Fast is flattened out. They're close to home. Joe Ramos and Air Up There keeping his mind on business. To the inside, Pernicious, who falls a length short of Air Up There. Air Up There to win it from Pernicious. Jordan's Deal.
Air up there, finds the lead, the late money, the smart money in there. Did get quite a bit of action at that final click from 7-1 down to 3-1 as Air up there breaks sharply. Continues to find more under the guidance of Joe Ramos, and 514 Racing runs first and third in that event for race 2, which is unlikely to set any track records, but still waiting on the final time for race 2, kicking off that early pick 4. 6 furlongs going to be the distance in here for the upcoming third race. Scratch 2, 7, and 8 out of this event. 6 furlongs on a fast main track. I think this is a very competitive race. Bettors have kind of hammered Grand Lux for OXO. 3-5, OXO not afraid to spend money through the sales ring or in those wagering pools, so not putting too much stock into the early clicking around at 3-5. I do think Grand Lux is beatable in here. I'm going to go all the way to the outside with an Indiana bred facing open competition. Gennaro Garcia has 2 in here, both the 9 and the 6. Now your outside runners with the scratches of the 7 and the 8 along with the 2. Don't miss out making start number 20 today for this 4-year-old filly who does have to take on open company. 4-time winner from 19 starts with 9 second and third place finishes. She's done very nicely so far. She clicked through her conditions quite rapidly here in Indianapolis. $177,000 in earnings during that time. Her last win did come back in 2025. She's so far winless this season. However, she's faced some very tough competition, stakes competition, Ikati Flatter. Nobody's been better than Hot Middles all season long. City Prayers is actually a half, who just ran third behind Hot Middles and won in an open company event as well. So on a sloppy surface, I do think Don't Miss Out is going to get back and relish being on a fast main track. Not that those last 2 races weren't good by any means as she faced open competition. There's 2 ways to look at it. Is leaving state competition been too challenging for her, resulting in a 3rd and a 7th, or has she just not preferred the sloppy surface? She does have 1 win from 7 starts, but I think she's significantly better on a fast main track, and she could be the speed of the speed in here, and I like the outside attack post for the win Happy Philly by Gormley. We'll see if Pedroza can get our leading trainer another winner. Ice cold on the board, 5-1 morning line with 3 scratches and currently double that. Taking absolutely no action is Don't Miss Out, but I am a believer. Apparently nobody else is. The 3 is Tiatora. Jaime Torres is going to run for Rigney Racing in those Classic Silks. This 4-year-old filly by Vacoma, as Vacoma's been off to an incredibly hot start. I mean, they couldn't have continued with the unbelievable beginning that Vacoma did have. Has cooled out just a little bit, but Tiatora won on debut, as many Vacomas have done in the past. May 2nd, 7 furlongs, a taxing distance over at Churchill Downs. Got the job done, got out of that elusive maiden-breaking score, and since then the waters have gotten significantly deeper. They did think highly enough of her off of a 4th-place finish in which she closed into it at the allowance level at Churchill to try the Grade 2 Raven run against Kappa Kappa, and she just ultimately never got into the race. She was a little bit slow, and the waters were significantly deeper. Since then, they tried going long in the turf. They went back to sprinting over at Churchill a handful of times, and they tried going long last time in the slop. They tried a little bit of everything, and now they will try the ultimate difference and separator for many. Class Relief. It's called Class Relief. They've tried the turf, they've tried long, they've tried short, they've tried the wet track, but Class Relief should wake up Tiatora today. I think she's in with a big chance in here at 7-2, but the 1 Grand Lux is being bet as if it's a 1-horse race, and the players already know the results. I don't think that's the case, but Bill Walden has done little wrong here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. He's winning at nearly 57%. His horses have been excellent. OXO Equine hopes that trend will continue with this 3-year-old filly who does have to take on older. For an Instagram, she only drew $30,000 at the Keeneland sale. A little bit surprising by her price because she's certainly a good-looking daughter of Instagram, being by My Girl, who's a Scat Daddy mare. My Girl was winless and startless on the racetrack. She never made it to the races herself. However, she's produced a 5-time winner overseas as well. So, I mean, the first foal was a good one. Grand Lux has certainly been a good one as well, and I would expect that My Girl's breeding qualities are continuing to grow with each and every start for Grand Lux, and could with another win in here. Dominated going May 9th over at Churchill Downs, then took on Older, going 7 furlongs that day, maybe a little bit further than she would prefer. She likes to track. She should get some pace to chase in here. I think she'll be in a good spot. It'll be interesting to see what Axel Concepcion opts to do because he's breaking from the inside. He's certainly, I don't believe, going to have enough speed to hold that inside positioning. So he might think he's on the best horse or believe he's on the best horse with some back class who's been training well over at Churchill Downs, shift out and take the wide route, but something you certainly want to pay attention to for your 3 to 5 favorite. I think this is a great betting race. I think there's plenty of horses that can win. I know there's some Indiana breds. There's some horses shipping in from around the country that are in this race as well. Despite the scratches, this is a good betting opportunity in here. I don't think Grand Lux needs to win this race at 3 to 5. In fact, could be potentially be vulnerable in here. There's certainly many that deserve a look that we did not talk about. Turkish Pistachio, tongue twister in there for John G. Dooley, along with Miss Susan B. On the cutback, Alberto Burgos, Rogelio Labra, certainly sneaky as well. 2 for 28 with 14 second and third place finishes. I will say once again, this is an excellent betting opportunity in here. Hopefully you can bet vertically, pad that bankroll because race 4 kicks off the Horseshoe hat trick as well as that late fire 5. There will be 6 of them going to the gate, 6 furlongs in here. John G. Dooley set to put him on the track. He'll get him out of the gate 5 minutes from race 3 at the Shoe.
The horses call posted now for race 3. And here in the sprint, a field of 6. Over the 6 furlong scratch, 2 Spirited Justice, 7 Small Hollow, and the 8 Good Call. Scratch the 2, 7, and the 8. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. The fillies mare on parade with 3 minutes to post time. You have less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time where it's 4-5 on Grand Lux. Mario Gutierrez, Kiana loaded. Now the favorite Grand Lux, Axel Concepcion for Will Walden and OXO Equine. Turkish Pistachio. Amir Mendoza won the opener. Jaime Torres, Tatia Roa has taken her position in the starting gate. Two of them back. Alberto Burgos, here's Miss Susan B., the mare in their midst. One more, Marcelino Pethosa Jr. with Don't Miss Out. Like Turkish Pistachio, both for leading trainer Gennaro Garcia with a win on the card. All in line. And they're off. And Grand Lux was a bit slow to go, drifts back to last. Sharp start for Don't Miss Out. Here's Kiana going for an early push, and it's Kiana. Now for Mario Gutierrez, who's taken the top from Don't Miss Out, who's right there on the outside. And these two for the run to the half-mile pole. Toward the inside is Tatia Roa in the Rigney red, who's right off the leader's heels. Between horses, Miss Susan B. joined out wide by Turkish Pistachio in a turquoise cap at the 3.5 and pulled wide by Axel Concepcion. Slow starting, Grand Lux trails the Distaff Dash, the quarter 22.45 seconds. Don't Miss Out, and Kiana. And these two matching strides coming toward the quarter pole with Turkish Pistachio. Looking to draw in now from third for Amir Mendoza, and she's on the move as they come past the quarter pole. Grand Lux on the extreme outside with Tatia Roa and Miss Susan B. Top of the stretch, half mile, 45.40 seconds. It's Don't Miss Out, who has those red blinkers just ahead of Kiana with the rail. Between horses is Turkish Pistachio, who looks to be one paced, then Tatia Roa, and not today for Grand Lux. They're close to home. It's Kiana. Kiana has the edge over Don't Miss Out and gets the victory. Kiana over Don't Miss Out in a driving finish. Tatia Roa third, and Turkish Pistachio finished fourth. 110.31 after the distaff sprint. Hold all tickets. It was 3-1 on the 5. Kiana. 9. Don't miss out at 6-1. 3. Tatia Rowe at 7-2 third. There it is posted, and at 15-1, the 6 Turkish Pistachio gets into the frame. Kiana. Game victory. Omaha Beach filly here. And an honor code mare. Mario Gutierrez for Dan Leach and Katie Rich Stables. It's Kiana at 3-1. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle number 5, Kiana with Mario Gutierrez. Kiana is a 4-year-old dark mare brown filly by Omaha Beach out of the honor code mare Honorable Memory. Dan Leach trains for Katie Rich Stables LLC of Lawrence Doyle. The winner was bred in Kentucky by Katie Rich Farm. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Kiana. Race 3 official. The 5-9 exacta paid $40 even. 50-cent trifecta, $39.65. 5-5 double, $45.80. Turkish Pistachio was 4th. 10-cent superfecta, $5.936, netted $31.75. Kiana capped off the first 50-cent pick 3 of the day. 6 with the 5 with the 5. Paid $26.65. 6 ran, 110.31 in the Phillies Mare Sprint. 22 minutes away, race 4, first of those on the turf course. And to the maiden turf dash. All 9 run. No scratches, no rider changes. Number 3, Paris Island, 1 pound over the program weight. Exacta trifecta superfecta, double pick 3. Maiden turf sprint starts the 50-cent late fire 5. Course firm, relative 24 feet this week. Fast main track for the pick 5. Post time will be at 3:44. And they're off. And Grand Lux was a bit slow to go. Drifts back to last. Sharp start for Don't Miss Out. Here's Kiana going for an early push. And it's Kiana. Now for Mario Gutierrez, who's taken the top from Don't Miss Out, who's right there on the outside. And these two for the run to the half-mile pole. Toward the inside is Tatia Roa in the Rigney red, who's right off the leader's heels. Between horses, Miss Susan B. joined out wide by Turkish Pistachio in a turquoise cap at the 3.5 and pulled wide by Axel Concepcion. Slow starting, Grand Lux trails the distaff dash. The quarter 22.45 seconds. Don't Miss Out, then Kiana. And these two matching strides coming toward the quarter pole with Turkish Pistachio. Looking to draw in now from third for Amir Mendoza, and she's on the move as they come past the quarter pole. Grand Lux on the extreme outside with Tatia Roa and Miss Susan B. Top of the stretch, half mile, 45.40 seconds. It's Don't Miss Out, who has those red blinkers just ahead of Kiana with the rail. Between horses is Turkish Pistachio, who looks to be one paced, then Tatia Roa, and not today for Grand Lux. They're close to home. It's Kiana. Kiana has the edge over Don't Miss Out and gets the victory. Kiana over Don't Miss Out in a driving finish. Tatia Roa.
Nice ride by Mario Gutierrez. Always knew what he had underneath him. Kiana was well rationed and in hand at the top of the lane while others were working hard to keep that lead. A measured win for Kiana and Kentucky Derby champ rider Mario Gutierrez, who got the lead, held the rail, and certainly run away and hid in race number 3 at 3-1. Another horse took some action late in the wagering pools, 10 minutes away from kicking off today's Horseshoe Hat Trick, along with the Late Fire 5, 11.99% take on that Late Fire 5, 15% take on the $1 minimum. All-turf pick 3, we like to call it the Horseshoe Hat Trick. Races 4, 6, and 8 over the next 5 races here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Starts off with a 5-furlong sprint. I'm going to lean into your rail runner in here, Hank's Tune, who is currently 7-2, projected to go off somewhere around that 5-2 range in here. Summer Pauly has been riding well here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and not only here, but really around the country. She's done very well, racking up numerous victories. She's over 20% locally. I think her and Eric Foster could team up for a handful of wins over the next 5 races. Hank's Tune is not going to be double-digit odds like they were on debut as well as in their second start. Went off at 68-1 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on the dirt. Took a little bit more action on the turf. Despite going up in class, they clearly wanted to be on the turf and thought this one always was going to land on the turf, being by Mendelson. You've got Scat Daddy as well, the mare. She was unraced, but she's produced some good siblings that have had plenty of success. I think Hank's Tune will appreciate second-time turf, second time trying something in her racing career. I mean, it's her 3rd start overall, but she's going to be on the turf. She's going to be sprinting. She showed some speed against tougher competition. I think that speed will do her well breaking from the inside today. I think they're going to be quick enough to ultimately hold the rail position, and hopefully that experience will benefit them that final 100 yards. Hank's Tune, the top selection for yours truly in here, is your 3rd choice at this point in the wagering stage. But not very often do you see a horse who's 0 for 18 and 4 years old, still looking for their first career victory, but currently favored. Now, it is in lukewarm fashion for Out of Pie. 0 for 18 for this 4-year-old colt by Jersey Town, and ran a significantly better effort than it looks last time out. It was off a lengthy layoff. Hadn't been seen since April 28th earlier this season at Churchill Downs. Against tougher foes on the dirt. Gets back to the turf, which I do believe is his best surface, and he ran on a day in which it was incredibly hot, very steamy. The humidity was high here on June 30th at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They broke from the middle of the pack. Ultimately, they were involved in what was a one-horse race where Prime Power ran away and hid. However, Out of Pie did have some significant trouble. Checked out of a tight spot early on in that race with Cecile Espinoza aboard. Re-rallied, beat home 7 other horses that day to finish 2nd in a 9-horse field. I like the jockey switch in here to Santos Sage, who's been riding great overall, but especially on our turf course. And I think that sneaky amount of trouble has me giving a rare chance to a horse who's 0 for 18, but is significantly better on the turf, only 0 for 6. So if you're looking for reasons to like your current favorite in here, I think Out of Pie 0 for 6 on the turf off a troubled trip. 2nd start off the layoff. I think there's upside in here, but running out of chances before they approach the career maiden status and do not use status of yours truly. We'll see if today's the day in the 6-hole at 2-1. But a lot of money has come in on Armet. Keith Asmussen and Steve Asmussen, father-son team, trying to team up with this 3-year-old colt by Practical Joke, who drew $350,000 at the OBS sale off that $75,000 stud fee for Practical Joke. Tagermeen Racing will have the silks for this expensive son of Practical Joke, who's out of Woke Up to Aces. I always enjoy waking up to aces. And the mare, she was all turf. She only had 2 wins from 13 starts, both on the synthetic as well on the turf. This is the first full, so there's not a whole lot to go off of. But if you're looking at the breeding, might improve on the turf. And it wasn't all that long ago. They thought very highly of their $350,000 purchase. They did debut March 21st, which John G. Dooley will tell you was Louisiana Derby Day. And they took some action as well. In a 10-horse field, went off at 10-1. Showed speed, didn't show much finish under the guidance of Luis Saez in the first 2 starts, both at the fairgrounds as well as at Churchill. Now gets Keith Asmussen riding for father in here as they make their turf debut with Armet. Let's take a look at how I navigated through this Late Fire 5, 11.99% takeout. I'm really only going to use 2 horses in here, the top 2 selections. I may not appreciate that come a few minutes from now, not using the 8 and the 9 as potential maybes in here. Armette's certainly going to pose a challenge, but I'll use the 1 and the 6 into this spot, see if we can't get it through, as we've got one just rearing up, just feeling a little good right now. Not sure who that is. Maybe a horse schooling, because I don't see any saddle on or any tack ready to get going. So that could be no worse for the wear for a horse who is schooling down here, trying to get some game day ready information for their schooling paddock, which appears to not be going overly well. But in the 5th race, we kick off that late fire 5. This is going to be the single, the hammer time of the day, and on a Tuesday, it's always better to be the hammer versus the nail. I'm going to go to Brad Cox and Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with He's Late Again. Ran against a 1-2 heavily backed favorite who was bet as if they could not lose. Fact last time out, and He's Late Again gave that one every opportunity to lose or give in, and did not. They went right down to the wire, truly made it a match race, as they were 4 lengths clear of 3rd place finisher, and then 19 lengths clear after that to the 4th place finisher. So He's Late Again, in fact, truly put on a show. Any effort similar to that one, I think, will result in a 7th win in 16 starts for He's Late Again, who looks to be a very nice Louisiana bred, claimed for $35,000. Already have their money back on their claim, and they look for more in the kitty bank today with He's Late Again. We'll spread out in race number 6. We go back out to the turf. Maiden special weight event. I'm going to use Castle Pines, your favorite with experience, along with a couple of horses that are making their first starts. Very Royal, 20-1, an easy horse to overlook. 2-year-old colt by Cairo Prince. First foal out of Quarry Dream is a horse that I'm going to use as is observed, along with number 5, This Time For Sure, and MBS Stables. But the riders get in the leg up. They'll be on the turf to kick off both the late fire 5 as well as the Horseshoe hat trick. And as always, you can't win it if you're not in it. So start capping.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 4th race. Here are the maiden turf sprint over the 5 furlongs, a field of 9. No scratches, no rider changes. 3 Paris Island, 1 pound over the program weight. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Here are the starts of the 50-cent late fire 5. Course firm, turf rail at 24 feet on the Caesars course this week. Fast main track. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, for information in the 6th race, we have an overweight to report in race 6. Number 4, Cross Power, now add 2 pounds to the listed program weight. Makes it there 122 pounds. 6th race, the 4, Cross Power, add 2 pounds to the weight. Also in the 9th race, that's the Paul Martin Overnight Stakes. Number 11, Last Famous Eagle runs, and the jockey will now be Carlos Cortez. Number 11, Last Famous Eagle draws in, breaks from post position number 5, and will be ridden by Carlos Cortez. That's in the 9th, the Paul Martin Overnight Stakes. For the first time today, crossing over to the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, approaching the sprint start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Evan Roman with first-time starter Nayak. Summer Pauly with Hank's Tune facing up to the gate. Santos Sanjor with Out of Pie in the black silks and cap. Leading up Omo. Joe Ramos won our seconds of the day. Micah Meeks with Paris Island. Joseph Biomir, Love Potion, went in well. Barilla. Amir Mendoza on the Tuesday score sheet. Just a couple of them back. Keith Asmussen with Armet. At 5 furlongs, one more. Jose Gutierrez and 7-time starter Count the Carrots. Course firm. Rilla 24 feet. They're in the gate. They're off and sprinting. Out of Pie broke sharp along with Count the Carrots going for an early attack now. And these two vying for it with Paris Island right there, close up third. Hankstoon is in fourth as they make this dash past the half-mile pole with Almo running in fifth. And then comes the newcomer, Nyack, back in sixth. It's a break of two more to Armet, who's next. We're racing 5 clear from Bearilla, and one more. Love Potion has dropped back to last. 3 furlongs away, and it's Paris Island who's taken the lead. 21.61 for the lead part with Micah Meeks and the rail. Paris Island blazing the trail past the quarter pole from Out of Pie. Hankstoon straightens away in third from Almo. With toward the inside, looking to launch a bid now and switched out is Armet as they come down to the final furlong. It's Out of Pie. Out of Pie has taken the lead. Armet continues to come full on for Keith Asmussen. And here's Armet, who's swept past Out of Pie. Hankstoon is running in third. It's Armet, and Armet has scored the winning run a length at the finish from Out of Pie. Hankstoon third, and Almo finished back in fourth. $57.41 after the maiden turf dash. 8.612, the unofficial. First number 8, Armet at 9-2. Number 6, Out of Pie at 7-5 was tracked down by Armet. Number 1, Hankstoon at 7-2 third in the maiden. And 2, Almo at 7-1 fourth. Keith Asmussen for his Hall of Fame father. It's Armet, the son of Practical Joke, out to the maiden ranks at fourth asking. Ranks for an official. Returning to the Murphy Traveler Sales Winner's Circle will be number 8, Armet, with Keith Asmussen. Armet is a 3-year-old bay colt by Practical Joke. Out of Woke Up 2 Aces by The Factor, Steve Asmussen trains. Armet in the colors of Mahmoud Moni's Tigermean Racing LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Armet now to the maiden ranks. $8-6 exacta, $32 even. The 50-cent pick 3 capped off by Armet. 5 at the 5 with the 8 netted $50.70. 50-cent trifecta 861. Hank's Tune was third, $26.95. 5-8 double 47.40, almost fourth in the maiden. 10-cent superfecta 861.2 netted $21.14. All 9 ran. Course firm 57.41. 19 minutes away, race 5 of 10 on the day. No changes in the next 9 start. Exacta trifecta superfecta. Double pick 3 and the first leg of the $1 late pick 4 daily presented by Itoba. Sunny, fast and firm. Post time 4:14. Out of Pie broke sharp along with Count the Carrots going for an early attack now. And these two vying for it with Paris Island right there close up third. Hank's Tune is in fourth as they make this dash past the half-mile pole with Almo running in fifth. And then comes the newcomer Nyack back in sixth. It's a break of 2 more to Armet, who's next. We're racing 5 clear from Bearilla and 1 more. Love Potion has dropped back to last. 3 furlongs away, and it's Paris Island who's taken the lead. 21.61 for the lead part with Micah Meeks and the rail. Paris Island blazing the trail past the quarter pole from Out of Pie. Hank's Tune straightens away in third from Almo. With toward the inside, looking to launch a bid now and switched out is Armet as they come down to the final furlong. It's Out of Pie. Out of Pie has taken the lead. Armet continues to come full on for Keith Asmussen. And here's Armet, who's swept past Out of Pie. Hank's Tune is running in third. It's Armet, and Armet has scored the winning run a length at the finish from Out of Pie. Hank's Tune third, and Almo finished back in fourth. 4 feet. Ladies and gentlemen, for information in this upcoming 5th race, it's 17 minutes away. Late jockey change for number 1, Chillax, to Joe Ramos. Has a win on the card. That jockey change just in. In the race ahead, number 1, Chillax, will now be ridden by Joe Ramos.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the $1 Itoba pick 4. I got out the OG hat from FBG. I am FBG Dan Cronin. This is Horseshoe, Indiana, and we are getting ready to blast this thing. So let's go. First race is the 5th race, and here we go. Chillax, 3-1. You know, he's a frustrating sucker, boy. I've bet on him a few times. He always wants to run second. But maybe the Banjo Man can change that around with a slight drop in class. Rafael Bejarano for David Jacobson on Chillax is the main horse in this race. But Gambler's Tale is too big of a price to leave out. 15-1 I got to use. The 3 Mountain Lake, 10-1 I'm going to throw in. And also, he's late again, the other favorite at 5-2. So I'm using 1, 2, 3, and 7. I got a couple prices in there to try to blow it up. Now, the turf race is impossible. Impossible, this 6th race. My top pick is the 10, Mad Mo at 10-1. Tells you how tough it is. But I'm using the 6-5 favorite, Castle Pines. And that's up to you if you don't want to use them when you're spreading out. A lot of people debate that. That's on you. Take him out if that's what you want to do. But if I leave him out, I get hate mail. So I'm just going to leave him in for now. Observe, 9-2 for Eclipse. Bridlewood, LaPenta, Jonathan Thomas. They enter horses all over the place. But this horse fits. He fits. So 1 and 3 you got to use. And then I think the 7, Mr. Strike at 20-1. The 8, Izzo. The 9, 800. The 10, Mad Mo, they're all 10, 15, 20-1, and I think they all got chances. I think this could be a gigantic winner here. So 1, 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, trying to beat the 6-5 favorite. And honestly, I just don't know why they made him 6-5. I really don't. And I love Dougie Fresh, Doug O'Neill. He's a friend of mine. 7th race. Now, this is my aggressive single. It's a 5,000 beaten claiming race. This horse that I like, Skylar, is 7-2. Eric Foster. Look, just got nipped last time with Mendoza for 12,000 at Oaklawn Park. Now comes to the shoe, comes to the Horseshoe and runs for 5. Now you could say, well, maybe there's something wrong. I don't know that. All I know is Eric Foster's sharp, and he drops them from 12 to 5. My eyes perk up. We get Summer Polly. Now, I like Summer. I think she can ride. I think she's really good around here on speed. So I want her to send this sucker right to the lead and be gone. Summer, if you're watching, send Skylar right to the lead. Let's see how far he can run, this 6-year-old gelding for Eric Foster. The class is with us, turning for home. So that's my single. Little aggressive, not the favorite. All right, so in the last race, to stay under the $100 that we've promised everybody, we can take 3 horses. I wish I could take more, but it's a turf race. It's tough. Let's Go Barbie, 3-1 for Riley Mott. Boy, he's been hot around the whole country. And then you got Gimme Some Love, the 5 with the shortstop riding for Kelsey Danner, one of my favorite trainers in the world. So now we got the 3 and 5. They're very, very logical, but I couldn't leave Lucky to Dance out. He's got a trip over the track. Darren Miller was in front at 6-5 last time, got run down on the wire, but maybe the biscuit times it a little bit better. So 3, 5, 6 in the last. That's a $94 ticket. Hopefully there's no more scratches. At the time we're filming this, we got all the scratches. So if they scratch more, I apologize. But 1, 2, 3, 7 with 1, 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10 with 8 with 3, 5, 6. Stay under that $100. I'm FBG Dan Cronin. Now, who do we want to not fall off? Summer Polly. Be 2 in front, turning for home, girl, and don't fall off.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 5th race. This race will be run over the mile and a 16th. A field of 9. 1 Chillax, a late jockey change to Joe Ramos. Joe Ramos has a win on the card and will partner the 1 Chillax here. 9 Run Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. Double pick 3 and start to the $1 late pick 4 daily presented by Itoba. Fast and firm, 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Joe Ramos with Chillax. Amir Mendoza with Weaponized. Rodney Prescott, Palm Tree. Axel Concepcion, Gambler's Tale, has taken his position in the starting gate. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with He's Late Again. Jaime Torres, Fountain Lake went it well. Micah Meeks, right on, right on. Now Fernando de la Cruz with Dionysus. Here over the mile and 16th and one more. Manny Esquivel with Gettysburg Address, given a 40-1 chance. They're in the gate. And they're off. Gambler's Tale, Dionysus, and Fountain Lake between them as they make the way toward the first turn. And at 42-1 odds, here's Gettysburg Address for Manny Esquivel, who's up and after the lead as they enter the first turn. And Gettysburg Address gets it and clears off here from Dionysus by a length and a half. With toward the inside, Fountain Lake at the 6.5, and on the outside, He's Late Again is running in fourth. Break of a length and a half. To next is Palm Tree, running in fifth place, just in front of toward the inside, right on, who's running in sixth as they go up the back. And then comes a Chillax with toward the inside, Gambler's Tale, and at the tail of the field, Weaponized trails them. The opening quarter was 24.02 seconds. Gettysburg Address, this long odds leader now in the shadow of the half-mile pole. Fernando de la Cruz and Dionysus shadows Gettysburg Address. Fountain Lake is right there in the gold cap. He's Late Again is poised from fourth. Palm Tree in fifth. Right on with Chillax. Farther back then to Gambler's Tale. And the trailer remains Weaponized in ninth. Half mile for Gettysburg Address. Hounded by Dionysus. 48.21. He's Late Again with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. making three-path progress. And right there on the outside is Palm Tree, who's sweeping into action for Rodney Prescott. And Chillax coming in the five-path now for Joe Ramos as they close ranks into the stretch. Still with Gettysburg Address to track down. 3/4 1 minute 12.85 seconds. They're deep in the final furlong. Here's He's Late Again to battle Gettysburg Address. And right there, Fountain Lake for Jaime Torres. It was a bold stroke. It's Fountain Lake. Fountain Lake has won it from He's Late Again and Gettysburg Address. Gambler's Tale, finish fourth. $144.06. The Blue 3. Fountain Lake at 8-1 was first. He's Late Again, Gettysburg Address, Gambler's Tale, Chillax, and Weaponized. Palm Tree flattened out with right on. Dionysus also tailed off. Fountain Lake, Jaime Torres for Johnny Ortiz and Shortleaf Stable, an 8-1 winner. 3-7-9-2. Hold on until official. Race 5 official. Returning to the Murphy Traveler Sales winner circle number 3, Fountain Lake. With Jaime Torres. Fountain Lake is a 4-year-old bay gelding by Improbable. Out of the Mineshaft mare, Dortiza. Johnny Ortiz trains for John Ed Anthony's Shortleaf Stable Incorporated. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Fountain Lake. Results and prices. 3-7 exacta paid $49 even. 50-cent trifecta 379 $226.75. 8-3 double 265.20. Gambler's Tale was fourth. 10-cent superfecta 3792 $270.72. 50-cent pick 3 583 $161.30. $1 early pick 4 daily starts on race 2 404 $1,265.20. Result on the 50-cent early pick 5 on 5 out of 5. $1,597.50. Older horse feature, all 9 ran, 144.06. Race 6, our next port of call, 21 minutes away, maiden juvenile turf. Scratch the also eligibles, 11 Tacamo, 12 Mount Elba, the 13 Castiglione, and the 14 Full Tank. Scratch the 11 through the number 14. In the body, no rider changes. Number 4 Cross Power, add 2 pounds to the program weight there. Exacta trifecta superfecta. The first 10-cent grand high 5 pentafecta wager featured on the day. Double pick 3. Post time will be 4:45. And they're off. Gambler's Tale, Dionysus, and Fountain Lake between them as they make the way toward the first turn. And at 42-1 odds, here's Gettysburg Address from Manny Esquivel, who's up and after the lead as they enter the first turn. And Gettysburg Address gets it and clears off here from Dionysus by a length and a half. With toward the inside, Fountain Lake at the 6.5, and on the outside, He's Late Again is running in 4th. Break of a length and a half. Next is Palm Tree, running in 5th place, just in front of toward the inside, Right On, who's running in 6th as they go up the back. And then comes a Chillax with toward the inside, Gambler's Tale, and at the tail of the field, Weaponized trails them. The opening quarter was 24.02 seconds. Gettysburg Address, this long odds leader now in the shadow of the half-mile pole. Fernando Leda Cruz and Dionysus shadows Gettysburg Address. Fountain Lake is right there in the gold cap. He's Late Again is poised from 4th. Palm Tree in 5th. Right on with Chillax. Further back then to Gambler's Tale. And the trailer remains Weaponized in 9th. Half mile for Gettysburg Address. Hounded by Dionysus. 48.21. He's Late Again with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. making 3-path progress. And right there on the outside is Palm Tree, who's sweeping into action for Rodney Prescott. And Chillax coming in the 5-path now for Joe Ramos as they close ranks into the stretch. Still with Gettysburg Address to track down. 3/4 1 minute 12.85 seconds. They're deep in the final furlong. Here's He's Late Again to battle Gettysburg Address. And right there, Fountain Lake for Jaime Torres. It was a bold stroke. It's Fountain Lake. Fountain Lake has won it from He's Late Again and Gettysburg Address. Gambler's Tale, finish.
Jaime Torres brings home a little bit of an outsider in there. 1840, but was Time Form's top selection in there, and also brings home to roost a $1,600 early pick 5 and kicks off that late flyer 5 with a bit of a price in there. Upset. He's late again, has to settle for second and chillax. Nowhere to be found as Jaime Torres gives Fountain Lake a beautiful trip and a ground-saving one at that, and it made all the difference in the end. But let's take a look at this field here, going 7.5 furlongs on the turf. Scratch your outside 4 runners, 11, 12, 13, and 14 out of this event. Leaves us with a field of 10 set to go to the post. The 2-year-olds taking the main stage on the turf, and right now we've got a heavily backed favorite who I will get to in Observed, but I'm going to take a chance in here with This Time For Sure. 2-year-old colt by Looking at Lucky in the silks of NBS Stables is by That's a Giant No, a homebred for them, and That's a Giant No was a Kentucky bred herself, in which she started once, and she ultimately got the job done. She was 1 for 1. She was involved in a dead heat in her lone start at the fairgrounds, and it was a deserved win at the fairgrounds because she certainly got bumped around, kind of hit around in her debut back in 2020. And since then, she's produced one other sibling, Secession Brewing, who showed speed, didn't show much finish, started at a variety of spots, both at Churchill, Indiana, as well as at Belterra, but never got the job done in there for NBS Stables. So this time's for sure. It's unique that she's been training on the synthetic, and they're going to debut going long on the synthetic. Kelsey Danner had herself an awesome meet here last season. She hasn't had the same success this season. She's got 1 win from 21 starts. It is misleading, though, because she got 8 second and third place finishes. So while That's a Giant No didn't produce much, I always fade first foals as well. So I think this one should be much better placed for success, being a second foal with Axel Concepcion aboard for the homebred. I'm sure NBS Stables hopes that I am accurate with This Time For Sure on the board right now at 4-1 projections, right around that 6-1 price. But after that, a horse who's taking all the action right now is the $240,000 Keeneland sales grad by Mandaloon, Observed for Eclipse Bridal and Lapenta. Manny Esquivel going to be aboard in here for Jonathan Thomas, who's done an awesome job with the few that he sent to Horseshoe Indianapolis. In 4 starts this season, he's got 2 wins and a third. Jonathan Thomas does a great job with first-time starters as well. Overseeing the mare, she was unraced, but she's been awesome as a broodmare. In fact, she's producing 25% winners at first out, even better with 2-year-olds. She's got 4 wins from 15 starts with 2-year-olds. 3 of the 4 have gone on to win a race overall. Maybe most notably would be Call Me Midnight, who's a 3-time winner from 26 starts with $286,000. But if you're looking for horses with success on the turf, look no further than the sibling Barely Seen, a 3-year-old who retired from racing in June 2020, but 3 wins from 9 starts. 2 of those came on the turf. Was a stakes winner up in Woodbine as well as around the fairgrounds and Aqueduct. So had a ton of success on the turf. This one could be any sort in here with Observed, as somebody thinks they're on to a live one in here. 9-2 morning line, taking all the action with Manny Esquivel aboard. He almost snuck away, ran away and hit at 42-1. He's been riding great when he's here, winning at nearly 30%. He's getting some live mounts, and while he almost brought home a long shot and had to settle for third, will be on the favorite in here with Observe. But the horse with experience that is kind of chilly right now on the board, actually, is Castle Pines. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. for Doug O'Neill, who is winless this season. Very rare times that has been said anywhere around the country. Winless anywhere for Doug O'Neill. 2-year-old by Jack Christopher is out of Glorious Chant. Glorious Chant was 2 for 18, but did race in some tough circuits, both at Keeneland, Belmont, Saratoga, down at Gulfstream as well. Was a Michael Matz trainee where they took her talents everywhere, just didn't get a ton of wins. She's been okay as a broodmare thus far. She produced a $44,000 earner in Battle Anthem, but there's really not a whole lot to go off of. But she does have an edge over many in here. She brings experience, and that can go a long ways. She wasn't really given a shot on debut at the spring meet in Keeneland when she drew post 10 in a 10-horse field going around the hook. That is basically losing proposition, but despite the post, she took a ton of action. She went off at 7-2, and that race came back fairly live. In fact, Blessed Flyer, the winner that day, was a next out winner of a $220,000 stakes race at Churchill Downs, no other than the Bashfield Manor, in which they got an 87 Buyer speed figure. You also had your second place finisher, Super Saiyan, ran second in that race as well, and a couple of seconds out of there. In fact, 4 horses out of that Keeneland Spring Meet all returned to run second, and then the winner won the Bashfield Manor as well at 32-1. So anything can happen. Castle Pines certainly exits a tough race, trying the turf for the first time. Now the 2 turns is a question mark for Starry Night Racing, but Castle Pines on the board right now at 2-1. The bettors are all about Observed in here, with Eclipse and LaPenta teaming up. We'll see if Observed can run as good as they're wagering, but I'm going to try this time for sure the homebred for NBS Stable as the rider's set for the leg up. Will be on the turf 4 minutes away from race 6 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
The horses coming onto the track now for the 6th race. Maiden Juvenile Turf Dash, at 7.5 furlongs. Here around the 2 turns on a course rated firm, and the turf rail set at 24 feet. A field of 10, racing the 7.5 furlongs. Scratch the also eligibles: 11 Tacamo, 12 Mount Elba, 13 Castiglione, and the 14 Full Tank. Scratch the also eligibles: 11 through the number 14. In the body, no rider changes. For Cross Power, 2 pounds over. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent Grand High 5. First Pentafecta featured on the card. Double and the start of another rolling pick 3, races 6, 7, 8. Maiden Juvenile Turf over the 7.5 furlongs. Due off soon. Less than 1 minute to post time. Crossing over to the turf course. Maiden juveniles on final approach for the 7.5 furlong start. Near the gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Joseph Bilmer with Mr. Strike. Marcelino Pathosa Jr. partners Castle Pines coming up has the rail draw. Mr. Strike has joined Darrowby, who was first in with Sando Sanjor. Mr. Strike and Castle Pines both have joined. Gabriel Saez with first-time starter Very Royal, who went in okay. Very Royal here at 7.5 furlongs. Manny Esquivel, up comes Observed. Right now, Castle Pines 3-2 favorite. Andres Aloa with Izzo in. Renato Corpiel with Cross Power. Axel Concepcion, this time for sure. Making his bow from post 5, this time for sure. Mia Nichols with 800. 2 back. 800. 1 more. Alex Ashar, twice started Mad Mo. Over the 7.5 furlongs, they're in the gate. And they're off. Observed out to a very alert start for Manny Esquivel. Observed vying for the early lead with Mr. Strike right there 800, and Izzo also well up as they make their way toward the first turn. With Mia Nichols, it's 800, who's taken the lead out to the stretch from Izzo, and toward the inside, Mr. Strike, who's come up the near side. Now for Joseph Bilmer to just lead. Mr. Strike pressed by 800, and right there, Izzo, as these maiden 2-year-olds go to the back of the course where 800 is now the overall leader. So break of 3 more then to Mad Mo, who's vying for 4th after breaking on top. Observed, saving ground there with the rail at 24 feet, making this run past the half-mile pole. Then it's a break of a length to Castle Pines, who follows Observed here in the running toward the inside of the newcomer, this time for sure in the back half of the field with Very Royal, Darrowby, and Cross Power. 23.23 for the lead part. Half mile 48.15. 30-1 leader, 800 with inside 3 furlongs to go. As Mad Mo is bridging the gap for Alex Ashar as they make their way toward the quarter pole. Observed is closing in. Castle Pines is closing in. It's Mad Mo who leads at the turn in, with Izzo dropping back through the field after 3/4 as they come down toward the final furlong. And it is toward the inside, 800. That went 113.63 for the third part. It's Mad Mo, 800, and here's Observed, the son of Mandaloon. For Manny Esquivel, Observed. This is a nice first out triumph. Beats Mad Mo by 3/4 length. This time for sure was third. 800 flattened out, but holds 4th from Castle Pines back in 5th. 132.26 posted for the 7.5 furlongs. Unofficial. 3:10.59. 1 runs fifth. Castle Pines. First, number 3, Observed at 8-5. Number 10, Mad Mo at 6-1 was second. Number 5, This Time for Sure. 5-1 third. Number 9, 800. 30-1 fourth. And the 1, Castle Pines at 3-2 fifth. Manny Esquivel. Here's a good-looking son of Mandaloon. Observed. Jonathan Thomas for Bridlewood Farm wore the debut colors for Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners and co-owned by Robert V. LaPenta. It's Observed, an 8-5 winner at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Returning to the Murphy Traveler Sales Winner Circle, number 3, Observed, with Manny Esquivel. Observed is a 2-year-old bank colt by Mandaloon. Out of the first defense mare, Overseen, Jonathan Thomas trains for the ownership group of Bridlewood Farm. Leslie and John Malone, Aaron Wellman, Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners, and Robert V. LaPenta. Debuted in the colors of Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Observed. Rank 6 is official. 3:10.59. 1, Castle Pines 5th. Result confirmed by the judges. 3:10 exact to pay $34.80. The 10-cent Pentafecta, there's that result on 3:10.591. $226.65. Pick 3 netted $138.60. 3-3 double $37 even. 800 ran fourth in the maiden juvenile turf. 10-cent Superfecta, $60.82. Castle Pines 5th. 10 ran, 132.26. 18 minutes away, race 7 in the sprint. All 12 run. No scratches, 5 Devils Red. Rodney Prescott will ride 5 Devils Red in the sprint. Exact the trifecta, superfecta, the 10-cent pentafecta, double pick 3. Post time, 5:16. And they're off. Observed out to a very alert start for Manny Esquivel. Observed vying for the early lead with Mr. Strike right there 800, and Izzo also well up as they make their way toward the first turn. With Mia Nichols, it's 800 who's taken the lead out to the stretch from Izzo, and toward the inside Mr. Strike who's come up the near side. Now for Joseph Bilmer to just lead. Mr. Strike pressed by 800, and right there Izzo as these mid and 2-year-olds go to the back of the course where 800 is now the overall leader. So break a 3 more then to Mad Mo, who's vying for 4th after breaking on top. Observed, saving ground there with the rail at 24 feet, making this run past the half-mile pole. Then it's a break Well, length to Castle Pines, who follows Observed here in the running. Toward the inside, the newcomer, this time for sure in the back half of the field with Very Royal, Darrell B, and Cross Power. 23.23 for the lead part. Half mile, 48.15. 30 to 1 leader, 800 with inside 3 furlongs to go. As Mad Mo is bridging the gap for Alex Ashar as they make their way toward the quarter pole. Observed is closing in. Castle Pines is closing in. It's Mad Mo who leans at the turn in with Izzo dropping back through the field after 3/4 as they come down toward the final furlong. And it is toward the inside, 800. That went 113.63 for the third part. It's Mad Mo, 800, and here's Observed, the son of Mandaloon. For Manny Esquivel, Observed. This is a nice first out triumph. Beats Mad Mo by 3/4 length. This time for sure was third. 800 flattened out, but holds fourth.
7-7, guys. It's 7 minutes to race 7. The 8 is the favorite at 3-1, and it's Dan's pick. And I'm on a completely different horse. Everybody's on the 8. I left it out. I just think that this is going to be different. Listen, here's the thing. It has been long shots today. I mean, did you see Jaime was on an $18 horse? I'm just picking the wrong ones. Let's start with Chiringo. This is a 3-year-old and up. Claiming it for a nickel. It's bottom level. And these are some interesting horses, though. I will let you know that Ronnie Prescott is riding the 5 in here. Chiringo, though, is dropping in class. So this is bottom level, as I said, and this horse is dropping out of a condition claimer for 12.5. Going into this race, he has put up nice speed before. I mean, we've got an 81 in the past. These other horses, though, I've got, 87s, 84s. Those are the speed figures that some of these horses are putting up. Now, on the inside, there's really not very much speed at all. But then I think when we get into some of these later ones, I think Chiringo has a really nice shot. Also, Gennaro Garcia is looking for a double. He won the opener, and he's 18% in claiming reins. As I said earlier, he's high percentage and everything, but in this kind of race, he is really high percent. When he's dropping his horses down 2+ classes, he's at 22%. And then I just said claiming, and he's got good numbers in sprint. So I like Chiringo a lot. He honestly hasn't done much, but this is the farthest he's ever been down. And I think it's going to make a big difference. And he's a co-owner on this one, which I realize now it's like, as he's been going longer and longer, it's smart of him. He's investing in his own horses. And so that, I was just looking that up after the last race when I said, I always take note when he owns them. I think I'm going to start changing that because I looked up all his stats. When he owns them with Bruce, I'm going to narrow it down. But when Gennaro has them with Bruce, I'm going to start taking note. But look at this guy. Look at that belly. Look at that flesh. Look at the form on him. He looks very strong. He looks very fit. I like the way he's acting. He's walking around there like he's a seasoned vet. He is. He's ran 32 times. He's won 5. Almost a $500,000 mark. Chiringo knows what he's doing. He's mainly been at Oaklawn and Church Hill here in the earlier part of the year. And then they brought him here, ran him on turf June 16th. Did not like that. Only missed by 3.5 on July 4th. Has had a little bit of time off and is coming back. The 9, I'm going to talk about C'est Magnifique. Santos Sanger is aboard for Danny Simpson. Look, I'm not going to lie to you guys. Danny hadn't won a race in quite a while. And then last couple weeks, he's had a couple ringers, couple nice ones. So I'm going off of, this is a Danny Simpson owned and trained 6-year-old gelding. It's a kitten's joy. Doesn't seem that matters to him. He doesn't care about turf. This guy is a dirt, has a win at the distance, has a third here on our surface. It's been a while since he's been here. He did run for a nickel third routing last year on September 25th. He's sprinting today. I like his numbers. I like his running style. He's not put up anything close to 86, but he's another one of my guys that's put up an 82. And I think with the right situation and the right setup here, he could be pretty tough. And I'll take 21-1 all day long, totally ignoring Danny's horse here. And then the 11, 10-1, Mammut. Mammut gets Alex Achard for Miguel Silva. This one, I started saying AL and Alexander Crispin just almost came out. But Alex Achard, everyone's favorite Frenchman, is aboard here. Now, the 11 drops in class today as well, which is the case for some of these. But this one's 12.5. That's a pretty big one. A lot of these horses have never been down for a nickel, so this is a tough race. When that's the case, when I think that there's a lot of different options, I do try to go away from the favorite. And I will just say quickly, Fat Bald Guy Racing, my guy Dan likes the 8. Everybody else does. I get it. I mean, this horse has really good numbers. I'll just talk about it really quickly and tell you that Summer's aboard. I love her. She's had lots of success here when she's ridden. She's at 21% win clip. Eric Foster, down from 12.5. I get it. I like it. Was second versus tougher, beaten less than a length. But I'm going to watch. This whole day, I've had long shots or second or third choices. And now that I've done that, it's going to be the heavy favorite that wins. But that's okay. That's how racing goes sometimes. 7th race is coming up, guys. Good luck.
The horses called posted now for race 7. This sprint over the 6 furlongs, a field of 12. Number 5, Devil's Red, Rodney Prescott. Rides 5, Devil's Red, Rodney Prescott. Skyler, the 8, was first to step onto the track. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Another 10-cent grand high 5. That's the Pentafecta wager featured here. Double pick 3. Get your wagers in. Ladies and gentlemen, for information in the 8th race ahead, following this sprint, race 8 in the maiden turf mile, number 2, OG Lemon Drop, a late jockey change, this in race 8. 8th race maiden turf mile, number 2, OG Lemon Drop, make the jockey Irving Moncada. Irving Moncada will now ride 2, OG Lemon Drop, that change of rider in race 8. Less than 1 minute to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading starts. First to the 12, Bourbon Street Boy. Mitchell Morrow for Joel Campbell. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Chiringo loaded. Summer Pauly with Skylar Drew 8. Bella's Prayer, Amir Mendoza has a win on the card. Now Evan Roman with Corona Grande. Sando Sanjor with C'est Magnifique. William Anton Georgi III with Balladine coming up to take his position in the starting gate. Conor Leahy, Lake B went in okay. Alex Ashar with Mammut drew 11. Rodney Prescott with Devil's Red. Just a couple of the back. Alexander Crispin with Rocket Hoss. Drew right in the middle. All 12 run. So stand by. One more. Last to come up, Joseph Biermer with Do You Wanna Dance? They're in the gate. And they're off. At an even start, Skylar drifts back toward last along with Say Magnifique. Here's Bourbon Street Boy for Mitchell Morrow, who's taken the early lead toward the inside from Balladine, who chases the pace. Then on the outside is Mammut, who's vying for third with toward the inside Lake B. Do You Wanna Dance is running in fifth with Devils Red in sixth. And midfield going past the half-mile pole. Chiringo is a wide seventh. Bella's Prayer is eighth. Skylar among those last away from the gate back in ninth. Rocket Horse is a wide 10th. Corona Grande is 11th. And Say Magnifique trails the dashing dozen. The quarter 22.16 seconds. They round the far turn. And it is Balladine up now to Bourbon Street Boy. Long odds both on the edge of the quarter pole. Lake B is right there in range as they come toward the top of the stretch. Farther out as they straighten away is Mammut. Do You Wanna Dance in the white blinkers over here on the stand side? And Skylar has run. Skylar looking to make a split, and there's a gap now for Skylar, who's charging after these leaders. It's a toss-up. Skylar with Balladine. Bourbon Street Boy gives way. On the outside is Lake B. Do You Wanna Dance flattens? Chiringo showing up late. But with Summer Pauly, it's Skylar who won by 3. Balladine was second, and then 3 noses between Chiringo at Devil's Red and Bourbon Street Boy. $110.90. 8-10, then a show photo. Skylar takes out a scramble. At 5-1 over 10, Balladine 10-1 second. Good effort. Skylar's won it. Then a bunch finish. That's up to the judges. Between Chiringo at Devil's Red, Bourbon Street Boy, a multi-horse photo for the minors. And for the Pentafecta, stand by for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. It's gone to Skylar. Summer Pauly for Eric Foster and Foster Family Racing, the son of Cross Traffic. It's Skylar at 5-1. As we stand by for the result of the photos for 3rd, 4th, and 5th, there's been a jockey's claim of foul lodged. A rider's objection. Amir Mendoza on 2. Bella's Prayer, the rider of number 2. Bella's Prayer has claimed foul against Summer Pauly. On the unofficial winner, the 8 Skylar, alleging interference on the backstretch run. This is a jockey's claim of foul. Amir Mendoza on 2. Bella's Prayer has claimed foul against Summer Pauly. On the unofficial winner at 5-1, the 8 Skylar, alleging interference roundabout the half-mile pole on the back of the track. Now the result of the photos, finishing 3rd was 7 Chiringo, 4th number 5 Devil's Red, and 5th number 1 Bourbon Street Boy. It's unofficial 810 751. Hold all. There will be no change made to the running order. The claim of foul alleging interference on the back of the track has been disallowed by the Horseshoe Indianapolis stewards after their review. No changes made to the running order. 810 751, and that will stand pat. Result official. The 810 exacta paid $108.60, 50-cent trifecta, 810-7, $90.55. 3-8 double paid $27.60. Pick 3 capped off by Skyler, $145.80. Devil's Red was 4th. The 10-cent superfecta, 810-7-5, paid $548.94. Bourbon Street Boy was 5th. The 10-cent pentafecta, 810-751, returned $851.89. 12 ran, 110.90 seconds after the running of race 7. Back to the turf. Race 8 ahead. It's 20 minutes away. Scratch the 7 Scripted Love, 12 Ruby Regent. Take out the 13 Conquistadora, 14 Empress Sissy, 15 Tammy's Kiss, and 16 Eve. Scratch the 7. Numbers 12 through the 16 all have been scratched. 2 OG Lemon Drop, the jockey Irving Moncada. That was a late change of rider. Irving Moncada's on 2 OG Lemon Drop in the Maiden Fillies Turf Mile. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Another pentafecta featured. Double, and this starts our final pick 3 of the afternoon. Post time, 5:49. And they're off. At an even start, Skylar drifts back toward last, along with Say Magnifique. Here's Bourbon Street Boy for Mitchell Morrill, who's taken the early lead toward the inside from Balladine, who chases the pace. Then on the outside is Mahmoud, who's vying for third, with toward the inside Lake B. Do You Want to Dance is running in fifth, with Devils Red in sixth, and midfield going past the half-mile pole. Chiringo is a wide seventh. Bellows Prayer is eighth. Skylar among those last away from the gate back in ninth. Rocket Horse is a wide 10th. Corona Grande is 11th, and Say Magnifique trails the dashing dozen. The quarter 22.16 seconds. They round the far turn, and it is Balladine up now to Bourbon Street Boy. Long odds both on the edge of the quarter pole. Lake B is right there in range as they come toward the top of the stretch. Farther out as they straighten away is Mahmoud. Do You Want to Dance? In the white blinkers over here on the stand side. And Skylar has run. Skylar looking to make a split, and there's a gap now for Skylar, who's charging after these leaders. It's a toss-up. Skylar with Balladine. Bourbon Street Boy gives way. On the outside is Lake B. Do You Want to Dance? Flattens. Chiringo showing up late. But with Summer Poli, it's Skylar who won by 3. Balladine was second, and then 3 noses between Chiringo and...
10 minutes to the 8th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and this is a tough one, and exactly what happened. But it wasn't the heavy favorite. I think Summer's horse paid, or Dan's pick paid $13. So, yeah, but exactly what I said happened. And now we're on the same horse, me and Dan. He's got the 3. Let's go Barbie. So I feel a little bit better about this one. This is a 3-year-old maiden on grass. They're going a mile today, and it's a maiden special weight. So the 7's out, and then the 12 through 16 are not going to run. So 3's favorite, 9-5. Alex Ashard aboard for Riley Mott. And how good has Riley been doing lately? This is a 3-year-old filly by Midshipman. It's a $130,000 purchase, so I'm sure they're ready for her to break her maiden. They tried her out at $84,000 at Gulfstream. In those maidens, they're 84. They're not easy. I mean, they were 8-horse fields, not too big, but a nice group. And she presses every time. She gets in there, and it's almost like she pushes the leader and pushes the leader and pushes the leader, and she gets there to the end, and she doesn't have enough to go. They brought her to Presque Isle and tried the poly sprinting, and she really not a huge change. Last time out on June 25th, when they brought her here for the first time, she ran today's distance, surface, and ended up second by a length and a half. Now, she did put up a good speed figure there, and hopefully she doesn't press the pace too much. I'd like for her to, I guess what I'm saying is I'd like for her to settle in a little bit. I think that she needs to settle, but getting a spicy female that's 3 years old to do so is kind of hard. She looks really good though in the paddock. And then we'll go to the 6, which is 5-2. This is Lucky to Dance, and I just know that the Biscuit wants to get this win. He's been so close with her in her last 2, and I know that he's going to be mad if he can't get it done. But like I said, this is a tough race, man. All 3 of my horses are just have a good shot, I think. Lucky to Dance is trained by Darren Miller. Edith Hubler owns. This is a 3-year-old filly by Looking at Lucky. I know I say this every time, but you never forget your first Indiana Derby. Bob Boffert was there with Looking at Lucky. That's her sire. Hopefully he won it at Hoosier, but I mean, obviously, hopefully she likes Indiana. She looked like she did last year. Her first time here, she went a little bit longer, a mile and 16th, and she ended up getting beat a length and a half. So second versus similar is good. And like I said, also this girl, so I was talking about pressing the pace. This girl is look at her. She comes from the stars, and she came from 10 lengths last to get 3rd, which was super impressive at 41-1 on the turf at Churchill. And then she ends up 2nd here. When she stretched out, she's going back to a mile, which is the distance I think she's going to like. And she's on the muscle. She's shaking her head. She's prancing around. That girl is ready to go. And, when they're like that on their toes, at this point, I just love looking at them and deciding who looks and is acting like they feel the best. And as of right now, I've seen about half the field, and it's definitely her. She's feeling pretty feisty today. And then I'll round it out with a 9. Another one. The 9 is 6-1 right now, and this horse is looks good on paper. Eddie Keneally trains, and my man Mitch, bet Mitch get rich at your own peril. Leave out Mitch because he gets these long shots home, man. Mitchell, he can ride. I don't know if you guys know, but he started in quarter horse, so that man, he's a horseman, and I like that he's aboard again. I think he, closest he's ever been was Mitch last time. They kept this horse on that race, even though it got taken off the slop on June 22nd. And he was second, beaten less than a length as the even money favorite. I mean, really? Now, this is the first time she's finally going to get on turf. It's a 3-year-old filly by Practical Joke. Sue's Sweet Sue, which I love that damn's name because she's by Indian Charlie. How genius is that? Because Sue is spelled like a Sioux Indian. I love it when people do that. 6 of her 8 babies have been winners. She dropped some winners here, and one of them was a turf one. One of them was one on turf, so she has put out one before. Another nice purchase of $275. Let's get that maiden broke here. They started her out in them tough ones in Kentucky that are worth over $100,000. But yeah, I've got every confidence in Mitch on Tramontana This sounds like Tana is trauma, which I think I'm going to call Tana. Tell her they named a horse after her. 369 here today, ladies and gentlemen. The 375 though, and I can't say that me or Dan have are appreciating that, but it is what it is. Not shocking when both of us are on a horse that the odds go down so far. But good luck to everyone in the 8th race. We do have 2 quarter horse races coming up. Good luck.
The horses call poster now for race 8. This maiden 3-year-old fillies turf mile. 10 to start. Scratch 7 Scripted Love. 12 Ruby Region. 13 Conquistadora. Take out 14 Empress Sissy. 15 Tammy's Kiss, and scratch 16 Eve. There's a jockey change for number 2 OG Lemon Drop to Irving Moncada. Irving Moncada rides 2 OG Lemon Drop. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent Pentafecta featured here on the Maiden Turf Mile. Double and final pick 3 of the day. Course firm, turf rail at 24 feet this week, and a fast main track. 2 minutes to post time, due in 2. Crossing over to the turf course here on final approach. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., private text first. Anabeskitsa with Lucky to Dance. Irving Moncada, OG Lemon Drop has taken her position in the starting gate. Lucky to Dance. Lucky to Dance loaded. Alex Ashar with Let's Go Barbie. Joseph Romero, partners CV Holly, she went in well. Amir Mendoza with Emporium, loading here at the mile start. Mitch Morrow with Tramontana. Axel Concepcion, the Great Gimme Some Lovin', two back. Santo Sanjo with Nancy Mack, and one more. Fernando de la Cruz with Ms. JDM over the mile. The course was firm today. Turf rail set at 24 feet this week here at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. They're in the gate. They're off. Emporium toward the inside. Let's Go Barbie in the red cap. Here comes an early bid by Tramontana as they make their way past the awning, and right there on the outside, Ms. JDM. So it is Emporium who leans out for Amir Mendoza. Mitch Morrill has Tramontana right there with her out to the stretch. Miss JDM follows from third, and they have 6 furlongs to go. To the inside is Let's Go Barbie, a ground-saving fourth. Give Me Some Love in fifth as these leaders go to the back of the course. Then comes CV Holly racing on the outside of Lucky to Dance, settled with the rail for Adam Beskitsa. OG Lemon Drop is next into the hands of Irving Moncada. The trailers are Private Text and Nancy Mack. The quarter was 23.51 seconds. Making this run toward the half-mile pole, and Tramontana has taken the lead overall from Miss JDM, who's gained second from Emporium, who has the white dots on the black sleeves. They have inside 4 furlongs to go. Give Me Some Lovin' with Let's Go Barbie. Lucky to Dance is in a pocket. Lucky to Dance in a tight spot toward the inside. CV Holly racing wide, but in the clear. There comes OG Lemon Drop. Nancy Mack racing in the back half of the field and has relegated Private Text to 10th and last. Half mile 49.39. It's Tramontana who leads coming past the quarter pole as these maiden 3-year-old fillies make the swing. Tramontana leads here by 3. 2 toward the inside, Miss JDM, and the gray is Give Me Some Lovin'. 3/4, 1 minute 13.80 seconds. Let's Go Barbie and Lucky to Dance was switched out. In the meantime, it's still Tramontana who's raced away for Mitchell Morrill. Then toward the inside, Give Me Some Lovin' in a battle for second, along with Lucky to Dance and Let's Go Barbie. Tramontana on top, won by 7. Give Me Some Lovin' was second. Lucky to Dance third. Let's Go Barbie finished 4th. 7 lengths away, Nancy Mack was next. $137.98 after the maiden 3-year-old fillies turf mile. 9-5 and then a show photo. Number 9, Tramontana. 6-1 at the off first. Number 5, Give Me Some Lovin'. 9-2 on the runner-up after the turf mile. There's Tramontana. Clear-cut win, practical joke filly. Mitchell Moore for Eddie Keneally. Castleton Lions in the dark green. It's Tramontana. Out to the maiden fillies ranks from number 5, Give Me Some Lovin'. Lucky to Dance, Let's Go Barbie, 3rd and 4th. And the 10, Nancy Mack, was 5th. Ms. JDM, 6th. 9-5, 6-3, 10. There's the top 5 for the Pentafecta. We trail back to Private Text and OG Lemon Drop. Hold all tickets until official, 137.98. The result of race 8 official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle number 9, Tramontana with Mitch Morrill. Tramontana is a 3-year-old bay filly by Practical Joke. Out of the Indian Charlie mare, Sue's Sweet Sue. Eddie Canelli trains for Shane Ryan's Castleton Lions. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Tramontana out to the maiden fillies ranks. Here are the results after the maiden fillies turf mile. The 9-5 exacta paid $88.60, 50-cent trifecta $64. 8-9 last call double $279.50. $1,857.80. Paid out the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Let's Go Barbie was fourth. 10-cent superfecta $22.52. Pick 3 $79.55. Pentafecta paid $140.31. Nancy Mack was fifth. Pick 5 $8,628.20. 5 out of 5 on the 50-cent late pick 5 today. 10 ran 137.98. A couple of quarter horse dashes, fast track and no wind. 9th race, the Paul Martin Overnight Stakes. 350 yards, scratch the 5 Saucy. 11 Last Famous Eagle draws in. The jockey will be Carlos Ruiz Cortez. Carlos Ruiz Cortez rides 11. Last Famous Eagle breaks from the vacated post position number 5. Some overweights, the 2 He's a Classy Cowboy plus 4. 8 Susie's Christine plus 2. Number 10 AP I'm That Dove, 2 pounds over. Exacta trifecta superfecta. There was the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta and the late double. Post time 6:17 for the Paul Martin Overnight Stakes. Here comes the maiden fillies turf mile race replay. As they make their way past the awning and right there on the outside, Ms. JDM. So it is Emporium who leans out for Amir Mendoza. Mitch Morrill has Tramontana right there with her out to the stretch. Miss JDM follows from third, and they have 6 furlongs to go. To the inside is Let's Go Barbie, a ground-saving fourth. Give Me Some Love in fifth as these leaders go to the back of the course. Then comes CV Holly racing on the outside of Lucky to Dance, settle with the rail for Adam Beschizza. OG Lemon Drop is next into the hands of Irving Moncada. The trailers are Private Text and Nancy Mack. The quarter was 23.51 seconds. Making this run toward the half-mile pole, and Tramontana has taken the lead overall from Miss JDM, who's gained second from Emporium, who has the white dots on the black sleeves. They have inside 4 furlongs to go. Give Me Some Lovin' with Let's Go Barbie. Lucky to Dance is in a pocket. Lucky to Dance in a tight spot toward the inside. CV Holly racing wide but in the clear. Then comes OG Lemon Drop. Nancy Mack racing in the back half of the field and has relegated Private Text to 10th and last. Half mile 49.39. It's Tramontana who leads coming past the quarter pole as these maiden 3-year-old fillies make the swing. Tramontana leads here by 3. 2 toward the inside, Miss JDM, and the gray is Give Me Some Lovin'. 3/4, 1 minute 13.80 seconds. Let's Go Barbie and Lucky to Dance was switched out. In the meantime, it's still Tramontana who's raced away for Mitchell Morrill. Then toward the inside, Give Me Some Lovin' in a battle for second along with Lucky to Dance and Let's Go Barbie. Tramontana on top, won by 7. Give Me Some Lovin' was second. Lucky to Dance third. Let's Go Barbie.
happy to be back after a long weekend away from you guys, but now we've got great thoroughbred action already, and we're going to close out the card with 2 quarter horse features. Very exciting for both. We'll begin in race 9. It's the $34,000 Paul Martin overnight stakes, 350 yards for 3-year-old registered Indiana breds, named after a very, very special man who paved the way for so many of these great things in Indiana quarter horse racing and breeding. And he was a past president of QHRAI and is really beloved by so many people racing in his era and today. So nice to be able to acknowledge his contribution to this industry. All right, it's a great field. We do scratch number 5, Sauce C, but the number 11 draws in and will break from post position 5. So let's take a look at a few of my top selections. Of course, got to go on top with the one and only number 3, TW Streakin' Cowboy. This is a sensational horse. Last year as a 2-year-old, he qualified for 2 big races, the AQHA Challenge, and then won the $321,000 Governor Stakes. That's one of the 2 richest futurities that we have for 2-year-old quarter horses. Just sensational. Tom Wiley deserves so much credit. He bred the son of Flying Cowboy 123. We've been talking about him, and we're going to continue to talk about that stallion. Diego Bocanegra rides so beautifully for trainer Natasha Perez. The record is incredible. 7 starts, 4 wins, 2 seconds, $267,000 banked already. So then you look at these horses, you know, well, they're so good as a 2-year-old. How are they going to do when they begin their 3-year-old campaign? Well, in his case, just fine. He qualified for the QHRAI Derby and won the $75,000 final last month. So very, very sensational horse, TW Streakin' Cowboy, my top choice. All right, let's go next to the horse on the rail, and that's number 1, First Angel, who qualified for both the Heartland Futurity and Governor Stakes in 2025. This is the son of New Mexico bred by First Moonflash, who exits an allowance win here for our leading, 2-time leading owner, Campos Family Ventures, and trainer Claudio Barazza. Edgar Diaz, 51% in the money on his mounts, rode this horse to a June 24th allowance victory. First Angel, very capable gelding. Let's talk next about trainer Tony Cunningham, who's had the distinction of winning this feature 2 years in a row. And back in 2024, he double won it because he won in a dead heat, which was so cool. And he returned last year with RR Lotta Run for Robin. So he's got a lot of good history in this, and has 2 in this particular edition of the race. I vacillated, but I'm going to go with number 2, and that's classy. He's a classy cowboy. You know, qualified for a couple futurities last year, and just has had a couple problems. Like in June 30th, he was in a trial for the Blue River Derby, and he reared up in the gate and completely lost all chances. But, you know, with Tony, he's very patient. See if he gets a better break and a little more behaved in the gate, and see what happens today. Obviously, we know when we hear the Flying Cowboy 1, 2, 3s, we know that those horses are bred to run. So we'll see how He's a Classy Cowboy does and what the odds. Take a look at the tote board as we get ready to go into the gate. And I've got one more to mention, and that's number 6, and that's L. Mr. JD, also sired by Flying Cowboy 1, 2, 3, and joins the barn of Ricardo Martinez. A horse had a pretty interesting history last year, racing in Oklahoma and New Mexico, and then came up and won his allowance here on May 5th. Ricardo will give a leg up to Martin Munoz. Those 2 are very, very good together. So this could be a little bit of a surprise, number 6. 3, 1, 2, 6 for me in this in the Paul Martin overnight. I hope everybody, you know, recognizes how much of an impact he had on the industry, and sending a special hug to his beautiful daughter, Shauna. I know she misses him every day. All right, well, good luck to everybody in this, and I'll be back to preview one of my favorite races coming up, 110-yard super sprint. So please stay with us today at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the ninth race. This is the Paul Martin Overnight Stakes to be run at 350 yards. Fast track, no wind. Scratch number 5, Saucy. Number 5, Saucy, has been scratched. 11, Last Famous Eagle, draws in. The jockey Carlos Ruiz Cortez. Carlos Ruiz Cortez rides the number 11, Last Famous Eagle, who breaks from post position number 5. Post 5 for number 11, Last Famous Eagle, drawing in. Overweights, 2, He's a Classy Cowboy, plus 4 pounds. 8, Susie's Christine, 2 pounds over the program weight. Number 10, AP I'm That Dove, 2 pounds over. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta, final double of the day. Fast track. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Paul Martin Overnight Stakes, and they're going in. Edgar Diaz with First Angel uses a flipping halter. Mr. J.D. He's a classy cowboy. With Irving Moncada, center of attention, taking his spot in the starting gate. Now TW Streaking Cowboy, Diego Bocanegra for Natasha Perez and Thomas Wiley. Right now 1-9 on TW Streaking Cowboy. Eos Maggie May. Susie's Christine, she's coming up. Carlos Ruiz Cortez, Last Famous Eagle, drew in. Post 5 for Last Famous Eagle, 2 back. Isidro Banuelos with Leonard. Fast track here, no wind on the day. Waiting for Leonard, and API That Dove will be last. 1-9 on TW, Streaking Cowboy. 25-1 on Leonard. Those in line standing well. Look here as 8 of the 10 have moved into the starting gate over the 350 yards. As Leonard joins. Okay, stand by. Francisco Quintero with API That Dove. She'll be last to go in. One more glance. 1-5 on TW Streaking Cowboy. All in line. Ready. And they're off. The Paul Martin Overnight Stakes and TW Streaking Cowboy sharp away for Diego Bocanegra. Leads them into the final 220. From First Angel, here comes a charge by Center of Attention. Susie's Christine. Leonard's over here on the stand side rail. But again, it's TW Streaking Cowboy in top form. Clear-cut win from Susie's Christine in a photo with Leonard, in a photo with Center of Attention. Also right there was He's a Classic Cowboy and First Angel. TW Streaking Cowboy. It's Diego Bocanegra for Natasha Perez and Thomas Wiley in top form. The Blue 3, TW Streaking Cowboy, riding off into the sunset at 1-9 with Diego Bocanegra for Natasha Perez. As noted, Tom Wiley's homebred has done it again. Bunch finish for second, third, fourth, stand by for the fifth. First Angel will follow them home with API That Dove, Elmister JD, Last Famous Eagle, and we trail back to Eos Maggie May. We last to finish after the Paul Martin Overnight Stakes has gone to TW Streaking Cowboy. The judges have posted number 8, Susie's Christine, second. Number 9, Leonard, third. Number 7, Center of Attention, fourth. And number 2, He's a Classic Cowboy, was fifth after those photos. 3 over the 8-9-7-2. Race 9, the Paul Martin Overnight Stakes official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 3, TW Streaking Cowboy with Diego Bocanegra. TW Streaking Cowboy is a 3-year-old sorrel gelding by Flying Cowboy 123. Natasha Perez trains Thomas Wiley's homebred. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of TW Streaking Cowboy. Today's quarter horse feature, named in honor of former QHREI president and longtime quarter horse trainer Paul Martin, who campaigned such stars as WH Designed by Dash and HH CJ Shake. Remembering Paul here tonight with the running of the Paul Martin Overnight Stakes. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections, TW Streaking Cowboy, a worthy winner of the Paul Martin Overnight Stakes. Another stakes success here for TW Streaking Cowboy. Clock 17.510 seconds fast, no wind. 3 at Exacta paid 21.20. The 10-cent Pentafecta. He's a Classic Cowboy was 5th, $81.19. Pick 3 paid $31.65. 50-cent Trifecta, Leonard 3rd in a bunched finish. For the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. 32.40, 9-3 double 16.80, and the 10-cent Superfecta netted $18.96. Center of attention was 4th. He's a Classic Cowboy 5th. TW Streaking Cowboy wins again. 15 minutes away from the finale, a super sprint over the 110 yards. Scratch the also eligibles, 11 full boogie and 12 dynasty apolitical. Neither of the AEs draw in. Overweights, the 1+3, the 2+4, the 3+5. 6 Cowgirl Beach is 2 pounds over. Scratch the 8Es 11 and 12. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta and the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta. Post time 6:43. Ready. And they're off. The Paul Martin Overnight Stakes and TW Streaking Cowboy sharp away for Diego Bocanegra. Leads them into the final 2:20. From First Angel, here comes a charge by Center of Attention. Susie's Christine. Leonard's over here on the stand side rail. But again, it's TW Streaking Cowboy in top form. Clear-cut win from Susie's Christine in a photo with Leonard, in a photo with Center of...
Well, just one race remaining on the Tuesday card at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and it's a fun one. It's our 110-yard super sprint allowance race, $21,000 purse, and we've got a nice full field, even with the scratches of 11 and 12. So what does it take to win this type of short race? Well, very simple. You've got to get that clean break and no trip woes either way, coming out of the gate or going to the finish line. It's what makes it so much fun. Almost with complete certainty, I can tell you there will be a photo finish. So sit back and enjoy. Got a nice field. We do scratch 11 and 12. I'm going on top with number 7, and that's After School. This horse has made, this gelding, 7-year-old gelding's made 8 starts at this particular super sprint with 3 wins. That's a pretty good percentage for trainer Hector Sanchez. He's going to utilize the flipping halter on this gelding. We'll see what happens, but he certainly has been good here at Horseshoe Indy at this super sprint distance. All right, next we got a really game veteran runner who we all admire, and that's number 4, Streaking Down the Beach. Classy, multiple stakes winning son of Habit's Secret. And you're going to see the beautiful gray, just like his daddy when he's getting saddled. He's trained by leading quarter horse conditioner, Tim Eggleston. Will be ridden by Eduardo Diaz, who also tops the jockey standings. Owned by Buddy Presley, a very colorful guy, somebody I enjoy talking to very much. Horse has made 34 starts with 10 wins, 6 seconds and 7 thirds, and already banked $268,000 in purses. It's going to be a fun race, and even though he doesn't have the experience that my top choice does, he's classy and fast, and so let's see what happens. All right, we'll go next to number 5, and that's Cigar on the Beach. This is a 5-year-old mare by Escondido Beach, and Rachel and I love it when the girls take on the boys in these type of races. Owned and bred by Peggy Ann Kent, this 5-year-old mare by Escondido Beach is in pursuit of her 11th career victory. So she's a game mare for trainer Ron Raper. And we'll round out my top 4 with a little bit of a price, and that's number 6, Cowgirl Beach. Very well bred. 3-year-old filly taking on some older horses. She's flashed speed in her longer races, so she just needs to get out of the gate well under her rider, Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. And of course, Jesse Vasquez trains another potential star, sired by Flying Cowboy 123. Aren't we talking about that stallion quite a bit this season, and we will continue to do so. So 7, 4, 5, 6 for me. We do want to mention real quickly, we've got racing Wednesday and Thursday, but don't miss our all quarter horse day this coming Saturday. 13 races have been drawn. They're all trials for the QHRAI Stallion Service Auction Derby, first coming up, and then a bunch of them. I think 9 trials for the Stallion Service Auction Futurity. It's going to be a phenomenal day Saturday at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
For a final time here at Horseshoe Indianapolis today, paddock judge Brandy Bell with a call for Riders Up. The horses stepping onto the track for the 10th race. Final quarter horse dash of the day over the 110 yards. 10 run here in a super sprint. Scratch the AE's 11 Full Boogie and 12 Dynasty Apolitical. Overweights 1 Apolitical dash plus 3 pounds. 2 watch for a Stella 4 over. Number 3 Gold Hearted Policy plus 5 pounds. 6 Cowgirl Beach 2 pounds over the program weight. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta and 1 more quarter horse Pentafecta. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the 110-yard start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. One Apolitical Dash has the rail draw. Cowgirl Beach joins one Apolitical Dash. Francisco Quintero with After School. Watch for Estella. Outlaw Woman coming up. Gold Hearted Policy, like Watch for Estella, both for Tony Cunningham. Streaking down the beach for the quarter horse meet leaders. Eduardo Luna Diaz rides for Tim Eggleston. El Fulano uses a flipping halter. Cigar on the beach. Edgar Diaz with Grano de Oro. Wednesday post time, 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Here comes the last of the day, all in. Off the Tuesday finale, one Apolitical Dash broke Sarp streaking down the beach with Outlaw Woman. Here comes After School. It's one Apolitical Dash at the finish. One Apolitical Dash over Outlaw Woman with After School, with Cowgirl Beach, with Cigar on the Beach, with Streaking Down the Beach. It's one Apolitical Dash. Number one Apolitical Dash. 5-1 first. The judges will examine photos before posting the second, third, fourth, fifth after the 110 yards. They posted the red one Apolitical Dash. Number 1 apolitical dash was first. Result of the photos. Finishing second, 8 Outlaw Woman. 7 After School third. After a photo, 6 Cowgirl Beach fourth. After a photo, 5 Cigar on the Beach was fifth. .959 seconds for the 110 yards. 6.959. Boom. Went just like that. Won a political dash with Hugo Macias. 3-year-old Bay Filly by EC Jet 1. Sacramento Chavez trains for Miguel Herrera. She was bred in Texas. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the Super Sprint winner. Won a political dash. The numero uno ganador. 1-8 exacta paid $221.60, 3-1 double 21.40. 50-cent trifecta $196.75. 10-cent superfecta netted $235.41. Cowgirl Beach was fourth. Pick 3 $37.90. 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta paid out $2,345.03 after the 110 yards. 1876. 6.959. Number 5 Cigar on the Beach was fifth for that quarter horse pentafecta. 18765. 6.959. Fast, no wind. Well, that concludes our live racing program for today. We thank all that joined us here on track on this beautiful summer day in town. Cheers to all who tuned in. Many YouTube subscribers tuning in there at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. We certainly appreciate all of you checking us out on YouTube. Live racing resumes this week, Wednesday and Thursday cards from 2:10. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure from the broadcast booth today. Track announcer John Giudice for now saying good night. The last of the day all in. Off the Tuesday finale, 1-8 political dash broke Sarp streaking down the beach with Outlaw Woman. Here comes After School. It's 1-8 political dash at the finish. 1-8 political dash over Outlaw Woman with After School with the last of the day all in. Off the Tuesday finale, 1-8 political.
Legacy right behind that in second. And then racing third is Oleo's Pride. JK's Fast is fourth. Sassy and Bold and Chancey Luker. This has been the order through an opening half mile of 54 and 4, 27 and 3 for the second quarter. And Fitter Jake has led every step of the way. Country Legacy is second. 2 back to Oleo's Pride, third. And then JK's Fast, Sassy and Bold, 3 more to Chancey Luker. They're midway round the turn. Fitter Jake in front. Country Legacy trying to get closer. Then Oleo's Pride and JK's Fast. Head of the stretch, headed for home. 3 quarters in 1:22 and 3. Fitter Jake now has Country Legacy moving up on the outside. Oleo's Pride, JK's Fast, and then Sassy and Bold. Fitter Jake trying to hold off Country Legacy. Oleo's Pride trying to get the two of them as they move through the stretch. Fitter Jake, Country Legacy, Oleo's Pride and JK's Fast. Fitter Jake and Country Legacy to the line together.